Well, and good and early morning. Easy for me to think about what I wanted to say there, Katie, as we welcome you to Pella High School, and we welcome you to the 2024 Pella High School Dutch Invitational. Very solid field of teams here today as we wrapped up the 2024 regular season here in the next week. All teams now know their postseason fates, and we start with a classic rivalry. It's Pella versus Knoxville. The Dutch have seen the Panthers a couple of times this season in some scrimmages early in the year, and then, of course, at the Des Moines Christian tournament.
Yep.
Which feels like it's been about 3 or 4 months ago, but
it does.
Not that far long ago. And the Panthers were in the rankings for a good portion of the season. They're doing very well in the South Central Conference this year. Obviously, Pella, though, has had a lot of success against the Panthers and head coach Molly Kaichis. And boy, oh boy, here we are. It's a long but fun day coming up here of Iowa High School Volleyball. And for those of you that have Marching Dutch vested interest, an even longer day, Valley Fest, we're still over 12 hours away from that performance.
Oh, it is going to be a marathon of a day for those kids in both and parents of both, but one of the best days of the fall. So super excited for both events today.
Well, and as we mentioned, both teams learning their postseason fates. Pella, of course, has a first-round bye, which was exciting to hear this week. The Dutch will be moving on into the bracket Class 4A region with 2 home games likely, assuming they were to beat Keokuk or Burlington, and then awaiting them on the other side, the Norwalk Warriors more than likely based on that bracket. So buckle up. That should be a really fun road, and it should be a very intriguing road, especially that potential regional final to Coralville.
And it's nice when you are familiar with your opponent. I mean, there are several 4A schools that we just don't see during the regular season, so sometimes you don't know what you don't know. We don't know Burlington and Keokuk very well, but we do know Norwalk, and we also know Bondurant, if Bondurant would come out of that same side. So I think the girls were pretty excited about the bracket and the potential of what it could look like to make it to state.
Pella girls are coming off of a hard-fought but tough loss to Indianola, so they will finish second place in the Little Hawkeye Conference. Obviously, Indianola is just another level. We saw them on Tuesday. They are going to be contending for the 5A title.
They're so tough defensively that it frustrates the team of what they can do and what they can score. And then offensively, they have just as many weapons as we do. Obviously, they had a good night, tough, aggressive serving night. So it was good to see the things that the Dutch were able to bring, but Indianola all around had a much stronger match. Knoxville
Panthers in their bracket, they're going to start versus Little Hawkeye Conference opponent Oskaloosa, and they await a much better Carlisle team, I think, than what the Panthers saw earlier this season. Much improved. Carlisle knocking off Pella at the Wildcats home tournament 7 days ago. So certainly one of those situations, or sorry, 14 days ago. I'm getting all my days mixed up here, but certainly a very, very good Carlisle team that awaits Knoxville, but one that's beatable. I don't think it's one of those where you're all of a sudden seeing a Xavier, North Scott at the top of your bracket.
Right, and then I think on the other side of them was Marion.
Yes.
Yep, so again, kind of those teams that plays a lot of tough competition throughout the regular season and usually has a pretty strong program.
And this is the 8-9 region for Knoxville in terms of the 1 through 16. Pella is in the 6 and 11. So we're getting started here. We will only be commentating when Pella is playing, but we do have 2 video streams up today here on Pella Dutch Live. Right now, the other court is empty. The other teams have not arrived just yet. There was only 1 match scheduled here for this window, and that, of course, renews the Red Rock rivalry.
And this is usually the first game of the tournament. I think it always has been as long as I was coaching. It was, I mean, it's nice. Both teams are close. It's not a big deal. They don't have to travel. But in some of the years, starting the day with this rivalry kind of fired everybody up.
Not a bad way to warm up as Katie Shekel is set to serve here for the Dutch. And we are underway here. Opening match of the Pella High School Invitational, the final regular season tournament of 2024. And that is a good job by Naming of getting it just inside the antenna. It's a free ball over for Claire Smock. Tip up the middle for Abby Brand, and she slams it home.
Yep, good back and forth rally. Kind of both teams getting warmed up, getting started, and a good finish there by Brand.
Pella leads the all-time series on Bound 31-5, but Knoxville has won 2 of the last 3, including in 2022 at this tournament and in 2023. So
I don't even remember that from last year.
It was a 2-1 win on October 7th.
Yeah, I think I do.
Obviously, the Panthers were a very good team last year. Lost a lot of that talent this season. Still some pretty solid players on the floor for the gals from south of Lake Red Rock. Back and forth we go here on our second volley of the early match so far. Namiga on the right side has it blocked over by Sienna Scott. granddaughter of the great George Wares, who I just saw walk in a few minutes ago from Central College. And Brand unable to tip that one over. A long volley goes point Panthers.
Yeah, good defense by both teams, being able to keep the ball in play.
Back at the service line now, it is the aforementioned sophomore, Sienna Scott. Back set here for Namiga, but good tip over on the overpass by Brand, her second kill. 2-1 Dutch as we just get started here at the Pella.
I feel like they've fought really hard for there only being 3 points so far, which is good. Why not? In the morning, get going.
Yeah, get stretched, get going. Both teams have 4 more matches after this, and there are some pretty good teams here today from around the state. Really an interesting mix of teams. Often when you get the tournaments, Katie, you get those kind of grouped in the region. So even when you go to Southeast Polk, it's usually Waukee and Ankeny, or when you go to Bondurant, you get Ballard and some of those. We're kind of picking and choosing from some different corners here today.
Yeah, I thought that too. And to have Grinnell is going to be good. I mean, we saw Grinnell early, but since we're not in the conference anymore, we don't get to play a regular season game against them. But
they've had a nice season this year.
They have.
In the WAMAC. Ranked 15th in Class 4A, I believe. So they too have a pretty nice road potentially to Coralville and Extreme Arena. Good swing there by Schulte, and it's an error by Duncan in the back row, point Dutch.
Yeah, I was surprised Grinnell was 4A. They've been kind of on that cusp and that back and forth. That's why I think WAMAC is a good fit for them, because they play a lot of 3A schools too.
To the back row we go with Sage DeYoung, who's really settled in the second half of the season into her serving role. But as I say that, Pella now with their 3rd service error of the morning.
Hopefully we're just getting a few things out of our system.
It's 4-3. Yeah, it's some of these kids most days at 8:30 are just starting class for the first time.
True.
So, and especially with how busy so many of them are in different sports and travel teams and marching band. There's a pass over by Schulte after the set was too long. And a big block there by Ekoff on the right side, setting up Pella here for this point. And it's a dump attempt that hits the net and short. Right idea, not the execution, though, that Katie Shekel wanted.
Yeah, that was an aggressive play. I'm just trying to keep Knoxville on their toes. Not sure if they would have picked that up. It looked like it was pretty fast tempo, but not quite enough to clear that net.
And Emma Ekoff tries a similar move from her front row position, then tipped over by Duncan, one of many very talented siblings and cousins that have competed. And there's a swing over for Schulte, deflected by the Panthers, point Dutch.
Yeah, but great pickup by Shekel there. That was a tip kind of over the block. She really had to move forward for it too, but kept that ball controlled enough that another teammate could step in and keep it alive.
To Emma Ekoff we go, who is
tough serve,
announced as one of 18 nominees to be our Tulip Queen.
That's so exciting.
Really good list from both schools this year. It's going to be a tough Queen's announcement party.
Yep.
You can say that every year. Is that hitting error there by Knoxville? You can say that every year, but I look through that roster and I'm just like, initially, most years I'm like, okay, this girl is this or this or this. I'm like, we've got Duchesses, but we've got girls like Emma who are so excel in arenas that you don't expect for Tulip Queen. So there's another service error. In fact, all 5 of Knoxville's points so far have come off of Pella errors, whether hitting or serving.
Right. And I mean, yes, it's the beginning of the set, but you really need that to settle down eventually, because sets to 21 in tournament play, you just don't have that much time.
Down the back line it goes, a big swing for Katie Shekel. Now the good news is for Pella, 4 of their 7 points have come off of successful attacks.
True. Yeah, I think the offense is clicking pretty well this morning, so good to see.
Long day ahead, but a fun one here. We'll tell you about some of the other teams when we get a moment. In fact, all but one team here today has been in the rankings at some point this season, 4 of which still are, and there's another big swing for Sheck on back-to-back swings. As we mentioned, ranked Grinnell will be here. Holy Trinity, who's you wouldn't think plays Pella, but they've been at this tournament for years now.
They have, and they are a super strong traditional program. They play with the big dogs.
We had a late whistle here, and it is a point Pella kill for Katie Shekel.
Yep,
just a late whistle.
A close ball to the floor. Up ref couldn't necessarily see if it made contact with the floor. Down ref was signaling that yes, it did.
Not to cut you off there, but yeah, Holy Trinity, I believe they're number 2 in Class 1A this year, so they are a 1A contender. That'll be a really fun test, I think, for all of these teams. There's Knoxville's first successful kill. It comes left side for Hannah Duncan.
Yep, and then Valley's here too, so you have a 5A school.
And they're ranked in 5A as well. I believe 11th when I checked last. So it is not going to be an easy tournament for whoever ends up winning this one.
No, but I think the variety of competition is great. I mean, for Pella, we haven't played any of these teams besides Knoxville.
Another successful swing for Sydney.
So I think at this point of the season, it's nice to play some teams you haven't seen before because you have to make those on-court adjustments very quickly. The girls have to be able to read and you know their defense, and I like that you get to see that at this point of the season.
Well, I think the team of intrigue I'm watching that I didn't mention, there's another successful attack for Duncan, is Washington, in the sense of they play a potential common foe in Keokuk. They're from that southeast side of the state, so kind of that style in those games, and that's the first time Pella's going to get to see that, and it's good they get to see that before they play either Burlington or Keokuk in that opening round of the postseason.
Agreed.
Of course, then a very familiar foe awaiting on the other side. That is, I don't think, Katie, just early prediction, that's going to be a 3-0 kind of a night the second time around. Norwalk's going to come ready to play.
I would agree.
We also played about as well as we have all season in that match. So
nice.
Not to say, we're not saying that Pella can't win. That's not, read me wrong, but I don't think it's going to come 25-17 in each set.
Wow, what a dig by Knoxville on that swing by Emma. That girl was in the right spot, and she's just looking at her hands afterwards.
Yeah, shake those off. Welcome, good morning. It's 10-8 our score. You have the score up there. Our video stream today presented by Centerpoint Electric, where they're wired for excellence. That ball nearly got to me.
Yeah. And probably stuck up in the bleachers, I might guess.
Suppose I should have brought my glove today. 11-8 is our score. As Katie Shekel now back at the service line.
Well, we're all the way around now.
Good stick there on the left side. That's Jordan Counts, the junior.
Yeah, Knoxville's definitely kind of hanging around here. They're able to make some good offensive shots that Pella can't quite slow down enough to defend. So
this is a really overall young Knoxville team. A lot of juniors and a lot of sophomores that get in the rotation. So, which is different because the last couple of years they've had some pretty talented multi-sport seniors that have come through that I've covered in softball and basketball, and so I think that the pendulum will swing around for Coach Kaichis. They're having a decent year this year. It's just maybe not to where they've been consistently a top 15 team the last several seasons.
And that takes time. I know they've got, like you said, some young players that are really contributing, and the more varsity experience that they get, the more they'll be able to apply that into a full cohesive attack.
Another error here by the Panthers on the overpass. It's a point Dutch, and now they're starting to build a little momentum, and Molly Kaichis recognizes that, and she'll take her first time out. Well, folks, we encourage you to head on over to Newton High School, or not Newton High School, the Newton Golf Course on Monday. Little Hawkeye Conference Championships for cross country, as Pella will head that direction. Had a good chat with Coach Cutler that's going to air here in about 25 minutes or so on 92.1 KRLS, also air this afternoon. He feels pretty bullish, of course, on the #1 Pella girls and winning that, but the boys are going to have a heck of a race.
Yep.
Norwalk, who's ranked in 4A, Indianola and DCG all ranked in 4A. Pella's, of course, been #2 in 3A. It'll be a very competitive boys race. Norwalk probably has a slight edge there, but yeah. If you want to go see some of the fastest girls in the entire country, head on over to Newton. Although the hills, the elevation there, very high rating. Probably the toughest course Pella's been on in some time.
Well, that'll be a good test for this point of the season. I mean, what's nice with some of that conference competition is you are going to see them for conference, but not for state.
Yeah.
So
especially
you get to
now.
run and be aggressive, but don't feel like any messages are being sent before the state tournament in a couple weeks.
Of course, that is a product of DCG's growth and Norwalk's growth. There's another point, a service ace for the Dutch and Ellie Heemstra, because not that long ago, Norwalk and DCG were in the conference, and so it made it a much more competitive situation, probably 5 or 6 years ago even. So Needless to say, Coach Cutler welcomes all the competition. He was disappointed a little bit in our interview that he has not been able to see Pleasant Valley or Johnston on the girls' side.
Right. Nice.
Nice cross-court kill there for Brooke Schulte. Point Dutch. It's a big run here for Pella. It was 10-9. Sorry, it was 9-9, and then now it's 15-9. So either way, it has been a big run here for Ella Heemstra at the service line, even outside the timeout, and she gets her second ace.
Yeah, and I think where you see some of that experience too is with serve receive. I mean, are players able to make adjustments? If they do get a ball up, are they still able to keep it in play? If you have a really aggressive server, that's hard to do.
That time Duncan able to dig it up and set up a long attack, but right back to Heemstra in the back row. And there's a big swing on the right side for Emma Ekoff.
Emma looks warmed up today. She looks ready to go.
This will keep the service run going here, 17-9.
And Knoxville makes a substitution. See if somebody else can bring a spark.
Checking in is number 21, Isla Williams. This time, though, they'll set it on the right side, off the Pella block and into the net. Combined block there for Brand and for Schulte. It is now 18-9. Pella has scored 8 points in a row. So an inauspicious start here for the visiting Panthers, who are wearing their breast cancer awareness jerseys today. Pella's been wearing theirs on the road this month.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of pink in the last few tournaments.
Did so at Indianola the other night as well. Back row attack for Shekel. Sets it up here for Knoxville to have their own back row attack. And Knoxville will finally break the schneid, as it was number 4, Aislinn Prevost, who was able to knock that one down. So for those just tuning in, we are at our opening match here of the Pella Dutch Volleyball Invitational. Very good field of 6 teams here today, many of whom will be making pushes toward Coralville. And there's another attack on the right side.
Yep, Knoxville's definitely finding kind of our back court, and for that ball, if you're not able to change the momentum and bring that ball back forward, it's going to go off your hands and then pretty much into the stands. And there's not a ton of playing room. I mean, there's enough, but certainly you're not going to push through a ball and end up in the bleachers.
Well, Mr. Shekel had to go retrieve the volleyball, and now we're serving here anyway with the other ball for Knoxville. Long set across for Schulte off the Panthers block. This sets up a left side attack here, a long push for Knoxville. Pella recovers, and Brand up the middle. Didn't quite get that super cleanly, but did get it over. And a good job there again. That's Prevost, 3 in a row.
Yeah, again, just kind of stringing some points together. I feel like Pella's offense is maybe just a step slow. Things are taping, hitting the net, or maybe a step low. Both hitters and setters, I think, could make an adjustment to make those little cleaner swings.
Good job by Smock responding to the short serve. Another block here for Knoxville. This time Schulte takes a little off of it. Try to get it deep, and now the Panthers do a good job on that swing, considering. Ekoff puts a big swing on it. And now we'll go back to Schulte, this time tipping, and Panthers have it covered. Knoxville scored 3 points in a row, make it 4.
Yep. Knoxville's just kind of keeping the ball in play, able to bring up those digs, and Pella is trying to find a spot to score, but right now Knoxville's covering the floor very well.
We're playing the sets of 21 here. So Pella still has 3 points to go, and Brand makes it one step closer.
Yep, a much cleaner swing there, no tape. Both hitter and setter. Abby got in there a little faster. Good kill.
Brings us to the back row, back with Sage DeYoung, who's having a very nice senior campaign after a pretty solid softball year as the number 2 pitcher in the Dutch rotation.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Back row attack, maybe? Yes, okay. As Pella was kind of hesitant to block, so that back row setter must have contacted a little too high as that ball went across the net. Set point.
Off to a good start here for Ella Heemstra, who already has 2 service aces. She won't get one here. Tipped over. Really good job by the Knoxville. Rolled up the arms, and there's a big block. by Tauke, and Schulte will ice it.
A nice way to finish the set. Good job, Dutch.
And so as it stands, it's 21-13. Dutch will take set number 1. So the rest of our day, there's a break coming up. There'll be some kind of offsetting matches here as we get through the duration of things. And we will only have video, or we will have video of everybody, but we will have audio only of what we're doing here today with Pella. So I believe the Dutch...
Here, I've got it right here.
...have a break. I plugged in my phone, and now I don't know what I did with it.
Did we bury it?
Here we go. Look at that. Andy Johnson for the save. Holy Trinity and Grinnell will play on the North Court at 9:30. Pella will have their first break of the morning. Washington and Valley will play. And then 10:20, Knoxville versus Grinnell. Pella versus Holy Trinity. Pella will only play on this court, by the way, on the South Court. That's at 10:20. And then Valley versus Grinnell. Knoxville versus Washington at 11:10. So there's going to be about a half hour between matches, depending on how long they take. And then Pella versus Washington at 11:50. Pella then will play Grinnell an hour later at 12:55, while Knoxville takes on Holy Trinity at that roughly the same time. And then Knoxville versus Valley, Washington versus Grinnell at 1:45. And then our final match of the day will be Holy Trinity versus Washington on the North Court, and Pella versus West Des Moines Valley on the South Court. So there will be some break times in between. We can go, go get lunch. I don't know, whatever happens.
Well, the Pella girls will have lunch here, and
yes.
I'm sure you are more than welcome to join them.
Oh, here's my phone. It was leaning up there. I'm great. I don't normally do a lot of 8:30 broadcasts.
Morning matches. This is stretching us.
Now I wake up fairly early with 2 kids under 3, but even then it's more scramble mode. We need to brush your teeth and get out the door kind of situation.
I wake up early very well with a parent of a band student.
I was about to say
she got to sleep in an extra hour today, which felt nice.
Yeah, and as an educator who has to get ready for squirrely middle school students all day.
Every day. But no, it's good. It's nice to have something at home. I feel like we haven't been home for a while.
Yeah, and now we kind of get to burst through the remainder of the regular season in short order. So coming up on Tuesday, Newton comes to town, and senior night celebrations, which of course doesn't feel right because we haven't really had fall yet.
Agreed.
But
and they did move the start time of that match up to 7, so a little bit earlier. Senior recognition will be about 6:20, and they're getting to get some good JV level playing in that night too. There's also a choir concert that night.
That's why we're moving it
which
up.
got pushed from 7:30 to 8. So we do have several that will hopefully be something they can make it to.
I'm not going to knock Newton here on our video stream, but the way Newton's played, the way Pella's played, it could be a very short night.
If you look at the conference matchups, it could look like that. We'll see.
And some of our choir-affected students may also get a break, as there's another big swing up the middle for Katie Shekel as she welcomes the Panthers with authority to set number 2.
Well, and one thing that's interesting with the sports season being in kind of what we call that bump year where everything's almost a week later, music didn't necessarily do that. So last year, this choir concert was the first round of regionals. So the conflict being home this year helps, and not quite as conflicted as last year when it was the postseason.
Island Prevost has had 4 kills to end set 1 and put them on that scoring streak. That's her 5th of the match.
She's doing a nice job.
So we are knotted up 1-1 here to begin our second set. Pella won set 1, 21-13. Tipped over again. Panthers a little more energy as Rylan McCarty is able to get that one over.
Yep. Sydney Namiga was in coverage, but the ball just kind of found her face, not her hands on that one. So they're chuckling a little bit.
Usually a little harder to get the dig stat off the face. It's been done.
It counts if you can get it up.
And that one sails then off the right arm of Namiga. So 3-1 Panthers early. The Valley Tigers have arrived, in case you're wondering.
Yeah, I see the coaches kind of getting both benches ready over here.
Seeing a few of their very talented athletes in the front row in front of the rowdy, raucous Pella crowd there today. The hooligan section, if you will.
Right.
think Rich Schulte at some point is going to have the body paint on with the, the big green P, the new one.
I don't think so.
No?
No.
No.
Maybe for the postseason.
Well, I think he's got the blue M is what he's got, Mr. Montezuma back there.
Yeah.
3-2 after the error by Knoxville. And
Nice.
Schulte gets it cross court again.
Yep, she's found that shot a couple of times. She does such a great job placing the ball and finding those open court shots.
Tied at 3. It's back to Ella Heemstra, who had 2 service aces in our opening set. And a hitting error here for the Panthers, point Dutch. We welcome in our audiences who are joining us. There are 2 video streams that will be active today once we get the other court up and running. Again, that's at 9:30. So Holy Trinity Grinnell fans, if you're tuning in, there will be a North video stream. You are watching the South video stream. This is where Pella will play all day. And then there will be other games in between.
That was a great pickup by Claire to cover that super sharp angle, but then a little miscommunication on ball 2.
And that gets Hannah Duncan fired up after she's able to get it over the net, tied at 4. Again, Hannah, part of a very, very long lineage and successful one with cousins and all the above. I believe has a cousin that attends Pella High School, if I'm not mistaken. That'd be the Zelmer family.
Okay. And there's 2.
I was about to say, I knew there was at least one here, so there are 2.
Yep, Kelby and Grady.
Of course, older cousin Riley plays for Hall of Famer George Wares at Central.
Oh, I was just out of bounds on that block by the Dutch.
Panthers trying to continue their head of steam here. 4 of their 5 points in the set have come on successful attack attempts. And we're still back here in the back row with Abby Kaichis. Talking of great lineage. Older brother Luke transferred to Pella and played some basketball and golf for the Dutch. Brand gets a long attack on the overpass.
Yep, she's had a couple of those on kind of cover balls where the first swing gets blocked and then aggressively taking it on 1 or 2 across the net.
Tied at 5. And of course, older sister Katie is in her final season with Omaha, playing Division I basketball. Tipped over by Schulte.
Yep, good aggressive play by Brooke. Redirect that ball with both hands right to where Knoxville can't get it.
Back to the young in the back row it goes. And Duncan gets it center of the net. Point Dutch. Of course, it was a busy football Friday for most of our area schools, with the exception of the Dutch, who were able to take care of business against Hoover. And there's a service ace for Sydney Namiga. Or sorry, Sage DeYoung.
Sage DeYoung.
Ooh.
Twin sister Sydney. You weren't wrong with the Sydney.
Yeah, I had the Sydney.
Yep.
And I saw Sydney's name also on the list. And then I said Sydney, and I'm playing volleyball, so it had to be Namiga, right?
Right.
So thank you, Katie, and good work, Sage, as we do get another Knoxville timeout. I mean, I make these mistakes anyway at 7 o'clock at night, but they're more pronounced at 8:30. Now almost 9 in the morning.
We're getting warmed up. It's going to be a great day.
Great fun day, and of course for you as the band mom, we're just getting started.
Just getting started.
There should be a little window for a nap there, right?
We will try. We'll see.
Yeah, Valley Fest, it's a good reason to be performing at the end, because they usually order it based on last year's standings, and Pella did have the best score of any school at Valley Fest last season at the Showdown event, which is arguably the more competitive of the events.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the schedule. I mean, there are bands that have already performed.
And some that will
morning.
perform twice.
Yeah, 8 a.m. is
Yeah.
when the first band performed this morning.
Valley Fest is pretty sure the biggest Iowa high school festival of the year. There's a service error for the Dutch. 9-6 here on the other side of the timeout.
A little separation from the Dutch there. That's good. See what Knoxville responds with.
Service ace.
That's a good response.
And again, that's Prevost from the back row. She's been by far the most efficient Knoxville player so far.
Yeah, very solid.
There's Katie Shekel. Schulte with a big swing, nicely dug up in the back row.
Yeah, and I've been so impressed with her defense too. She has a great read on those hitters. She's down and ready on contact and has played up 2 really, really strong swings by the Dutch.
This brings us to the back row with Emma Ekoff. Off of Scott to the Pella block. And it's passed over by Smock.
I think that was a smart play. She was kind of out of position, didn't know who else might be there ready to take that ball over. Heads up play by Claire.
And that goes through the block of Knoxville. It's a successful swing for Tauke. Point Dutch, her first kill of the morning. Back to Emma. Just long of the back line here. So this gym will get a little more full, a little more crowded as we bring in our other schools who are set to play now in a half hour. I believe the other gym's open for warm-ups, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And there's a second successful attack in short order here for middle blocker Kelsey Tauke.
Yeah, it's great to see Kelsey getting warmed up in this match and being able to use her in the offense. You know, both middles against Indianola the other night had quite a bit of success. Just felt like we couldn't quite use them enough because both Abby and Kelsey had really strong hitting efficiency nights.
It's the pressure that Indianola puts on you as Namiga gets a kill.
For sure.
And it's just the work it does on your back row because they're so efficient. They don't make a lot of mistakes when they're hitting either. They hit where they want to hit it. It's where it goes, and then that knocks your libero or your defensive specialist off balance, and that gets it harder to the setter. So it's those little things that most fans maybe don't see that Indianola can do so much, which is good for Pella to see.
Right.
Because if you're going to win a state title, you're going to have to beat a team that good.
Right. Good court movement here, both teams.
Had a few long volleys here today. Schulte's able just to get it up. Ooh. And free ball. Well, a pretty good swing for one by Sheck off the Dutch block.
Yep, another kind of long rally here. Both teams having to really stay focused, keep moving.
And Shekel off the net.
She wanted to end that right there.
And then a double hit on the return.
And I think that swing by the libero would have been out also, but Katie kind of geared up for that one, and it just taped off the net and didn't quite have the velocity she wanted.
Well, it got the job done, 14-8. Big swing here for the Panthers up the middle.
Yep, deep corner and a net violation by the Pella block.
14-9. We do have an audience. I know we have at least 2 viewers here today.
Welcome.
Or 3 viewers. I'll tell you about the trio. You may have heard of them. Left side, this is Shekel. And
Great
she'll
spot.
get that as well. They may even pop over today, but they got to go see their cousins play soccer. I've been requested that Aiden Bo Schneider. He can't see me, so he's a little frustrated by that, but that's okay. He's with his sister Ellie and his mom.
Very good.
They're getting ready to go to some soccer to go watch Jackson and Cecilia. It's the last soccer day out at the sports complex. Though it feels like with the forecast we have coming up as Abby Brand gets another swing, it feels like we could go play soccer again next weekend and even look at the long-range climate prediction center forecast. Warmer than average, at least through mid-November
The
now.
weekends have just been beautiful. I mean, minus the little black bugs that have been out at times, but I mean.
Yeah, football Fridays, I have not had a bad broadcast.
Yep. And soccer Saturdays, I know, have been great for families. And
yeah, I think the irony of the football situation is that we've had almost no outdoor broadcast this year for Pella.
Mm-hmm. And this would be the year you want to.
This would be the year we do it. And we've had some doozies in the last couple. In particular at Bondurant last year in the playoffs. Tip over. Point Dutch. Abby Brand tied for the lead in kills with Katie Shekel, 6 so far.
And timeout by Knoxville.
17-10 as the Dutch able to pull away here and are 4 points away from clinching their first win of the day.
Yeah, a good first match. Not maybe the cleanest in terms of serving. Would love to cut down on a few of those errors, but there's been some long rallies. So I feel like both teams have kind of had to be tested, had to stay in it, which for a first morning match, there's been some good volleyball.
31-7 are the Dutch, just to be win number 32 if they can score these final few points. Knoxville's played a pretty busy schedule. They're at 27, but Pella had a lot of tournaments early in the season.
Yeah, which feels, I don't know, like it does feel slower now. But I just think of all the tests that they've had. I mean, these two teams met at a preseason scrimmage. There's been so much volleyball that has happened since then for both of them.
We've got Keidel and Plate in on the right side, and she nearly gets the volleyball hammered into the number 2 from behind.
It's not a very nice welcome by Katie Shekel.
17-11. No intent there, but wake up, Keidel, and you're in the game. Yeah. I'm sure we'll see some of those players in if Pella does have some advantage that don't get a ton of opportunity. And
well, especially your seniors, because the number of matches is starting to tick down.
A tip over for Emma Ekoff. Well, and I have a feeling if Pella has a similar advantage Tuesday with Newton, that on senior night that we're going to see a lot of those girls get that opportunity, especially since they probably will not in the postseason.
And that's, I think, what you hope for that senior night, that there are opportunities to honor those seniors and get them some court time. It doesn't always work that way, but yeah, you certainly hope it does, and the whole team does, the crowd does, everybody does, because those seniors have put in so much, and you want to honor that.
Well, and speaking of, another one of the nominees for the Tulip Queen is our homecoming queen, Lindy Schulte, is in the house. Getting to play some this morning. Of course, her younger cousin Brooke is more of the vocal part of that duo.
I think these two have enjoyed having this season together. It's
Lindy has described her as a sister. I mean, they're very close in age, and they play a lot of the same, they're in the same activities. And
good aggressive serve there by Kaichis.
Abby Kaichis gets Knoxville's second service ace. They have some work to do now, 19-13.
She tried to maybe go to that left or right back corner where we have our setter hiding. That was a strategic serve. It just didn't quite clear the net.
One thing you'll never find Lindy doing too often is frowning. She is a very happy-go-lucky.
So positive.
There's a reason why she got homecoming queen. It was a very good group of girls that got on that court. Similar to the Tulip court situation, our homecoming court was as solid as it's been.
Yeah, this is a neat class. A lot of great leaders.
Point Knoxville, 20-14.
Set point for the Dutch.
It will be, though, a serve for Knoxville. Well, dug up there by Heemstra to start, then pinballed back over. Scott then will hit it center of the net, and that'll give the Dutch their first win of the Dutch Invitational. 21-13, 21-14. Just some quick rundown here on early stats. Katie Shekel and Abby Brand led the way with 6 kills apiece. Brooke Schulte had 4. 2 service aces for Ellie Heemstra. It was Island Prevost who had 5 kills and an ace to lead the way for Knoxville, and then Hannah Duncan also with 5 kills. So that gives us about a 20 or so minute break for our next match. Holy Trinity versus Grinnell will be on the north court, so that's the second video stream that you'll see here on Pella Dutch Live. Our court here will have Washington versus Valley. So the one thing that we are not short of today, Katie, are teams that wear black and orange.
I've noticed that.
The Demons and 2 Tigers teams today. So that might be the one confusing element that we have. But
so maybe it's a good thing Knoxville went pink.
Yes.
Otherwise the yellow and black could look a little close as well. So.
And I forget what color is Holy Trinity.
I think blue. Why am I thinking blue?
Yeah, I think that is I don't have the color printer here on the pages today. I was saving some ink. But like you said, just good to shake some stuff off there for Pella. Again, it's early in the morning. It's going to be another 5-6 hours of volleyball here. So good to get that started. Yes, Holy Trinity Catholic is in blue and white.
Yay.
So all in all, I think Coach Allman has to be pleased. Took care of business against a Knoxville team that's been in the rankings, one of those that probably would replicate what you would see with a Burlington if they came to town. So,
and like I said, that preseason scrimmage was very close between Pella and Knoxville. And I think when they've seen each other in the actual competition of the season, Pella's experience, Pella's just court sense of those two setters, I think you saw the separation much more as the season went on versus that first head-to-head, went 5 kind of scrimmage. So Pella's made some really, really good adjustments. I think Knoxville has too. Just they've kind of separated themselves into different levels of play.
Well, a fun day awaits us, so we're going to step aside off the headset, and we will see you back here at roughly 10:20. I understand we'll try to play a rolling schedule once all teams are here, so stay tuned, stay alert. We could be playing 5-10 minutes early, especially if we do get some lopsided matches here. So it could be earlier than 10:20, so stay tuned. 2 streams today on Pella Dutch Live. Well, and we welcome you back to Pella Dutch Live, where we've gotten through the first morning rotation of the Pella Dutch Volleyball Invitational. Look at me, my brain's still just waking up here. Good morning. Thank you for joining us as we cross the 10 o'clock hour. Andrew Schneider and Katie Brand back with you here as we get you set here for the second rotation of matches. It's been a very busy day here so far. Pella is warming up. They're set to take on Holy Trinity. Pella defeated Knoxville earlier this morning, 21-13, 21-14. Washington, West Des Moines Valley. Valley, of course, ranked in 5A, knocking off the Demons 21-17, 21-11 on the same court. And then a very, very close match. Holy Trinity led in both sets against Grinnell at one point, but it was the Tigers winning in extra 22-20, 22-20. And it has been by far our most competitive match of the early going so far. So we're off here to the next rotation. This is the 10-20 rotation. Pella will now take on number 2 in 1A, Holy Trinity. While it'll be an old Little Hawkeye Conference matchup back in the day, Knoxville versus Grinnell. So good to see a good mix of teams here, kind of the teams that are all closer in size, certainly here on this court with Grinnell and Knoxville, but even in Pella's case, a very good Holy Trinity team that just couldn't hang on there at the end against the Tigers.
Yeah, Holy Trinity has a lot of height, definitely moved the ball well. There was really close rallies between them and Grinnell. Yeah, just a good close match to start the morning.
So I got to get my stat sheets changed up because I was over and around yapping. Saw Lizzie Newman with the #1 cross country team. Jenna Schulte's in the house, older sister of Lindy, former state qualifier for the Dutch and all-conference player.
And then she went on to play at Central Missouri. So Jenna had
a really nice year, but just injuries. Yeah, injuries kind of piled up on her. One of those what-if situations. If she was able to stay healthy, the amount of talent she had was pretty remarkable.
And she finished really strong there, an outstanding blocker. Just kind of fun to see her back and getting to cheer on the Dutch and her sister
and then
her
I was
cousin.
Talking to the whole Schulte family on my way out. I know that Cam Schulte, older brother of Brooke and older cousin of Lindy, is off playing at Co. So that's where Kara, our administrative assistant extraordinaire, is headed. The superintendent of Montezuma Schools, Rich Schulte, is staying here, and Matt Schulte watched the Grinnell-Bondurant game in person for scouting, as that's Pella football's next two opponents. So we were just going around the horn here.
Yeah, the Schultes have a busy fall with Central football, Pella volleyball,
everything else
Pella
in between.
Football. Yeah.
It's been a very fun fall here, of course, at Pella High School, as the Dutch, all with ranked teams right now, among the 4 ranked fall eligible teams. Pella football team is #4 according to BC Moore coming into this week. Also #3 in the RPI standings in football. The cross country girls, of course, are #1 and regionally ranked, including nationally ranked runner Marissa Farabee. Pella boys are ranked 2nd, which is, we talk so much about the girls. The boys are having a really nice year. It's just been a little overshadowed by what the girls have done, fair or not. And then, of course, this volleyball team has been in the top 8, been in the top 15 all year, but in the top 8 since the second rankings came out. So
yeah, it's been a great season for the Dutch. Lots to cheer on for them and their schedules, and we feel like maybe the most exciting time is still ahead of them.
You look around for a football, Pella can win it all. I'm going to say that. And it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy, but there is no juggernaut looming out there for Pella in the sense of, an overwhelming team. And honestly, our volleyball team on their best day can beat anybody in 4A.
Yeah, I feel like the Dutch football team have really played off their strengths this year. Like they figured out some cohesion things that maybe weren't the same last year with a few players, and they look very in sync. Our quarterback and receivers just have made some pretty awesome connections, and it'll be neat to see what that looks like in the coming weeks.
Yeah, 2 big games coming up for the football team. I'll be with Randy Sycamore next Friday as we head to Bondurant Farrar. If Pella wins that game and Newton defeats Gilbert, which is a very strong possibility of both things happening there, Pella will clinch a top seed in the playoffs and have a home opener game. If Pella wins out, they will have home field advantage for the 2 games it would take to get to the special place, one of the best places and venues of all of Iowa high school sports, the Unidome in Cedar Falls. But we're hopeful that I'm going to Cedar Falls this year. I'm hopeful. I know I'm going to Fort Dodge this year at this point.
Yep.
And I'm really hopeful to go to Coralville. Be the first time I'll get to go to Coralville if that's the case with the new state tournament venue. Get to Cedar Rapids a couple of years in a row.
And I know the Pella girls went to go watch last year, which I think was a good experience to see what that venue looks like and get a taste for it.
Emma Ekoff as Holy Trinity coming off of a tough couple of losses there. In the first match against Grinnell, It's a first point Pella as Emma Ekoff will get the successful swing down.
Yep, and that ball hit off the basketball hoop on the ceiling. They are pulled up high, but every once in a while they still are in play since they're above the court.
Especially in tournament this format. Sheckel's serve goes center net. So I called him Mr. Shekel. Dan was giving me some grief when he went to ball. He was the original Sheck. And so he had Fran saying, well, why didn't he say Sheck? I'm like, well, that's Katie now.
Okay.
So
fun to see how that's been passed on.
Tied at 1. Danny Sheck, I believe, was the name I was given. Pella able to get off the block, and Ekoff with another big swing. Has 1 kill so far, tied at 1. And then a hitting error by Holy Trinity.
Yep, they like to use number 3 in the back row, I noticed while they were playing Grinnell. So nice to have just another offensive option in that back row.
The Catholic Crusaders come in at 21-5 into the day. Now at 21-6 after the loss to Grinnell. We'll tell you about some of their key players here in a moment as we are underway here at the Pella Volleyball Tournament. All teams have to have played now.
Right.
Still a lot of volleyball to be had. 3-1 after another error here by Holy Trinity. They come in again ranked well, number 2 in Class 1A. They've usually been a ranked foe when they've come to this tournament. There's another service error for Pella. Similar start that they had against Knoxville early in that matchup.
Yep, and a ball was about to come on the court, so they are going to call that a replay. So Ella's going to get another go at this. So
you get a little bit more leeway here with the tournaments because you have a full active game back there as well. I would have no trust as those scorers that have their backs exposed.
Yeah, that's kind of a dangerous spot.
Well, unfortunately, Ella can't get it to go over anyway, and it is a point Crusaders.
Yeah, our serving this morning still is leaving something to be desired. We need to stop giving away free points.
Serve goes to Smock. Brand, it hits off the tape, and it was blocked by the Crusaders, so stays alive. Left side tip is way off the mark, point Dutch. So coming in here, looking at some of the statistics for the Crusaders, they hit 194 as a team. They've racked up now 10.5 kills per set. Some of their top players, kind of a balanced squad here. Presley Myers, number 17, leads away at 209. Then it's Adeline Cruz at 192.
And Myers is listed at 6'3" in the program. She is a very, very tall middle.
That is the first successful attack here for Holy Trinity. Had some errors for Pella that have allowed them to score early. And of course, they have to pick up the pieces after allowing Grinnell to come back in 2 back-to-back sets and win. Tip over by Schulte, goes long. Dug up by Holy Trinity, and a good cross-court attack there for number 3, Adeline Cruz. So we've now just seen back-to-back the top swingers for the Crusaders get some attacks in early.
Well, and Holy Trinity's coming off of just playing where Pella was off a match in between, and it does look like Pella might just be a step slow getting back into playing here after a break.
You'll often hear sometimes after a tough loss, you don't necessarily want a break, right?
Nope, you want that bounce back to come right back. And
we're at 5-4. This is the second match of 5 for Pella today. We're only doing commentary for the Pella matches, but we do have all of these games streamed here on Pella Dutch Live, so thank you for joining us. Katie and I had a long break in between our, as you can tell for me, in between our matches, and we got to get ready for the upcoming postseason because Pella has home court advantage all the way to Coralville.
Yeah, our home schedule was a little kind of separated this year. We had several at the beginning, like late August, early September. Then we had like 3 or 4 conference games away in a row, and now we get to come back and host the tournament, host conference versus Newton, and then the postseason. Really
good effort there by Claire Smock, but a double on the other side of it. We'll give another point and another error here. Of the 5 points that Trinity has scored so far, 3 have come off of Pella errors. Katie Shekel hits it long and deep and in for her first kill of this set.
Yeah, not a lot of points being strung together. I feel like there was a lot of side-out volleyball here. We're running through the rotations pretty quickly.
So on the other court, we have the Knoxville Panthers ongoing with Grinnell. Tigers versus Panthers, so the Jungle Cats are going at it here. And there's a slam dunk, if you will, by Kelsey Tauke.
Yeah, way to get up on that block. She actually was able to attack that ball, not with a full swing, but with a nice wrist snap and score point.
Moves the score now to 8-5. Dutch trying to get to 2-0 here at their home tournament. Still a lot of work to do, but there's a service ace for Brooke Schulte.
Nice.
So I was told by Kara that she is on her way to Cedar Rapids. She'll be listening to our video commentary.
Excellent.
Hopefully not watching, Kara, eyes on the road. And that Rich will be watching Central and listening to Trevor and company.
Which is why this live stream is nice and the radio is nice. Because sometimes you have that. You've got kids in different schedules and different places. So it's great that they're able to still follow and watch their kids.
So on behalf of Kara, I'll make sure to say the score more. 10-5, since she shouldn't have to look down. 10-5 Dutch.
Good.
Brooke Schulte to serve after another kill by Tauke. And she gets another one as I think she tipped it over.
Well, Kelsey is just bringing a super strong presence at that net. You can tell the Holy Trinity setter is just a little nervous about having that big blocker on the other side.
And we get a Crusader timeout here. Some miscommunication there happening from the
down ref, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't see her call it.
Well, Pella did, so.
Yeah, it was a good time to call it. The players, I think, were ready, expected for it too. So.
11-5 is our score here. As we mentioned in our opening match, we got some, I said Lizzie Newman's name. The cross-country girls and boys will be headed to Newton on Monday. The Woodward Golf Course, one of the toughest courses in the entire state in terms of elevation. So don't expect some state record breaking times. Don't put anything past Marissa Farabee, but I'm guessing she's not breaking 17 minutes at this really tough Newton course. But it should be a whole lot of fun anyway. Come on down. Pella looking to win and dominate and continue their sweep. On the girls' side and the boys have a heck of a race. If you want to see some competitive cross country, the boys Little Hawkeye Conference meet on Monday, 4:30 in Newton. Of course, kind of on the outskirts of Newton if you've never been before. That's outside on the hitting error for Holy Trinity. 12-5. Now Dutch lead on the other side of this Crusaders timeout. On the other floor right now, it looks like Grinnell having some success there, or is that?
I think Grinnell.
Yeah. I believe that Knoxville is the road team in that matchup. I mean, everybody's a road team except for Pella after another ace here for Brooke Schulte. She's got two aces here in the same service rotation where the Dutch are pulling away now that they've kind of got their feet underneath them a little bit. The sea legs, if you will. And yeah, another
nice
rough go there for Holy Trinity.
Yep, I feel like our serving is really disrupting what Holy Trinity is wanting to do in serve receive and offense right now. They've been out of system a lot, had to put free balls over. So good to see that Dutch presence being really strong defensively. And we've got Ellie Schmitz that came in for the Dutch.
She saw some varsity time last year as well.
And even as a sophomore, contributed in kind of a role player way. So
of course, she is
to see her out there.
One of the Saturday double dippers today who will have a long day ahead of her. She'll be at Valley Fest after she takes a swing and gets the excitement of her teammates from the bench. This time set it for Naminga, tips it over. Trinity will get the pass off. A quick attack. Nice job there. There was a left-handed swing by Anna Bendledge, the senior.
And on the second contact, which seemed to catch the Dutch defense a little bit off of, you usually expect that third contact. When somebody attacks on two aggressively, it can definitely get you kind of off balance.
Well, Pella had scored 8 points in a row, so I think it was a situation where you got to try something, right? And unfortunately, they can't follow up as Adeline Cruz's serve is well short of the mark. 15-6, Dutch lead. We're in set one. Pella is 1-0 on the day after a solid sweep of Knoxville. Holy Trinity lost a really heartbreaker couple of sets.
Oh, darn it.
Claire Smock's serve just catches up on the short side.
Just rolled back to our side. It easily could have rolled one more inch over. That would have been great.
Of course, this Pella volleyball team is now in their 40th match as we speak here of the 2024 campaign. We still have 3 more today and Tuesday before we head to the postseason. So we won't quite get to 50, even if we were to go all the way.
No.
It'd be close. So we have 3 left. 4th would be Newton. 5 Keokuk, 6 Norwalk, and then 3 at the state tournament if you go to
be
state.
At 9. Okay.
So 49.
Still a lot of matches.
That is a lot of matches. 15-8 our score. Schmitz gets the dig, and the Katie Shekels of the world are fired up, but Pella with a miss hit there. Point goes to the Crusaders.
All right. Holy Trinity making a little run here. I mean, Pella has a nice cushion, but it'd be great to get a side-out ball.
Now, Ellie's got a very sly grin on. She is someone who does not like the spotlight. But her teammates are more than happy to shine the sun on her here in this instance.
A great teammate. Again, it's fun to have these moments to be able to celebrate our seniors.
It makes the season a little more fun. If we took every single match super seriously, and we're taking this seriously from a competitive standpoint, but if you feel like you have to have your starters on every single time as Katie Shekel gets an ace, the 4th of the set so far for the Dutch, you know, what's the fun in being on the team then, right? You get these little windows and opportunities, and Coach Allman and most good coaches know that.
Well, and you need 12 good players. Like, you need in practice the opportunity to play 6-on-6 and be able to improve on those team concepts. So, I mean, every player on our Pella team is a strong athlete, great teammate. And that's what's part of why this season has been so successful.
Service error by Katie Shekel. Abby Brand up the middle. Very quick set there from Sheck to find Abby.
When we have those good passes, we're able to run that fast tempo, and it's just fun to see. It's very dynamic. Do you see Ken Kinney giving words of wisdom to our photographers over by the
That does not shock me.
door.
Oh, we've got a whole murderer's row over there. I mean, holy cow.
But
we got Babe Ruth there with Ken, and then Mickey Mantle. And
I love to see that. He's done a great job capturing volleyball.
Yeah, Elsie.
It's not easy.
Elsie's looking at her camera right now. If you can see on the video stream, that is the 2nd fastest girl in the entire state in terms of distance running, and she is very talented and learned her way around the camera too. Got a young Hardman girl there in the middle. Luke Hardman's younger sister and Ashley's younger sister there. So
just kind of a neat moment.
As Brooke Schulte with one of her best swings of the day so far. She's looked good both in the Knoxville match and then here again against Holy Trinity, 19-11. Well, and Candace got some love from Keith Murphy. So Travis sent me that picture, and I'm like, you know, I thought about posting it, and then I saw Keith post it. I'm like, okay, you know.
Yep.
And I had a little comment on there, and it was not meant to put any attention on me, of course. It was meant to say, with Josiah Brandt and what they've been doing with some of the student media, there are a lot of kids who are learning how to, a very important skill in my headspace, because, I mean, photography has been fun for me. Another timeout, 20-11. It's a skill that translates into almost any career field, especially with social media and the age we live in. And honestly, it's fun to be able to capture these fleeting moments sometimes, you know, with a camera.
Well, and I love it. I loved it as a coach. I love to see when they capture the technique, sometimes the really great technique moments, but also maybe the ones that aren't, because then you can see it. You can be like, you know, your platform was not together with your hands. Look how our block is not closed. And so even, I mean, it's fun to celebrate the really amazing shots, but you actually learn a lot from some of those other moments being captured too. So I love that we have so many people that take great pictures of our kids.
Well, Ken and I were talking cameras in between. That was my first conversation, and there's a new Canon dropping, and now the question is, do I want to spend about a fifth of a new car as Pella will win the set there, 21-11. So lost in the shuffle of camera talk is Pella really having a strong first set, 21-11. So I was talking to Ken, and if I want to spend a fifth of a car, I can go get a new camera and lens. So
I'm just going to stick to my phone.
That is the harder. That is the one hard point of entry in photography. So 21-11, Dutch are able to roll here in set number 1. We'll assume the Crusaders are going to probably pick themselves up here a little bit, because you have that emotion of the last match losing to Grinnell so closely there, and now you get a real reset. You've seen Pella, especially their service line, and see if you can adjust to what Pella's doing on the serve.
Well, this set was pretty even in the early going. Just a lot of side-out volleyball back and forth. I felt like Pella's offense wasn't clicking necessarily a whole lot, plus more missed serves. But then they separated in the middle of the set and had a nice stretch in there of being able to, and again, give that cushion. So then when you are 5 or 6 points ahead in the middle of a set, you feel like you can maybe turn up the aggression as you get to those final points of the set.
Holy Trinity came a long way to be here. They're out of the Southeast Iowa Super Conference. They will have the winner of Lone Tree or Winfield Mount Union, as you imagine, as a top 8 team in the Class 1A Region 2 quarterfinals. That'll be on October 23rd. And they are not done with the regular season. In fact, they will have some pretty close teams that they're going to be playing next weekend, I believe. I just had their schedule up. So
yep, there is that final Saturday. I would say teams are probably 50-50 in how many play in that final Saturday tournament. Pella traditionally has not. Part of that being because we had our own conference tournament, and we aren't having that this year.
Right.
Little Hawkeye decided not to. So maybe not as much volleyball in these couple weeks heading up to the postseason as some teams do. Like some teams really like to have that final weekend, get in the rhythm, kind of figure some things out before the postseason.
So they are at Knoxville. So they play Mediapolis on Tuesday at 7 o'clock. So your typical Tuesday night, they're at Mediapolis. That's a long way from here, for those who don't know. And then Knoxville, they'll be back. So they'll be back in Marion County for another 8:30 tournament. That's the thing. They're getting up early, very early to make it over here, unless they get a hotel the night before.
Well, and they used to play in the Bondurant tournament too. I don't know if they did this year because we weren't in the same gym with them, but that was a trek for them at the beginning of the season too.
Well, and realistically, and we're not knocking all the teams in Southeast Iowa, but if you're going to get really good competition, you're either going to Des Moines or Cedar Rapids from that point. So it's kind of one of those where, you know, and Holy Trinity has been a ranked team. They've been to state tournaments. They've had a lot of recent success. So, again, they will open the bracket on October the 23rd.
Okay.
Here we go. Sydney Naminga, big swing after the serve by the Crusaders. Back row to Claire Smock. Up the middle, back row attack for Schulte, and she will nail it in.
Yep, I think she snagged that back corner. Good aggressive swing from the back row.
So Pella picking up where they left off so far. It brings back Katie Shekel, who does have an ace in this matchup against Holy Trinity. Up the middle, really nice setup. Maybe the best that we've seen so far is Presley Meyer is able to slam that one home up the middle.
Yeah, good aggressive swing coming out of serve receive. Pella had some touches on it, but not enough to keep it in play.
And so often in these tournaments, especially Pella's been played in every tournament nearly in the entire state of Iowa, it feels like this year. It's such a mental game, right? Especially when you have these 21-point sets, and there's a block on the right side for Naminga. In the sense of you can get up big so that you win by 10 in the first set, you've won by 7, won by 8.
Yep.
You know you've got 3 more matches and 3 potentially very competitive matches coming up. It can be easy to kind of mentally say, okay, well, we've got this one, right? We've got this one. And Pella can't afford to let off the gas as we see Lauren Mace for the first time today.
Yeah, I do think the Saturday tournaments are very taxing mentally on players. I mean, physically, yes, if you're playing 5 or 6 matches, but it's that focus. And Pella's schedule today, they play, they're off, they play, they're off. And so that takes a lot of toll as well, of being able to rest in between and then get mentally focused back up for your next match.
It could be a lot of downtime if you've got 3 set matches in between.
And the way our schedule's set up, where you have to kind of have one court finish before the next court can start.
Oh, that hits a back line just past Mace. Long attack on the left side for number 13, Olivia Bendlich. That's a point Crusaders. 3-2 is our score. Pella on top by 1. They're up 1-0 overall. So now you got me watching the photo section over there. Just I'll have to go down and talk to Miss Brenneman for a while. Always a fun group of kids to talk to, no matter at Pella High School, as Brooke Schulte gets another kill. But Elsie's just one of those special, kind souls that you really enjoy every moment of interaction. I got to interview her winning the Drake Character Award in her first year, which is, I understand, voted on by people that are around her, and she was one of the nominees. So, in fact, the top nominee, I believe, that year. So
yeah, she's done such a neat job. Got to work with her in middle school. Great student.
Student body president there.
Really creative.
As an 8th grader.
Yep, and just a neat student. And what she's been able to accomplish at the high school has been really fun to see as well.
Left side attack is successful for Adeline Cruz. It's 4-3.
Yep, this feels kind of a lot like set 1 did too. Just that back and forth between both teams, getting a feel for each other.
Does feel like the Crusaders, though, a little more successful on offense as opposed to the errors back and forth.
I would agree with that too. See if that continues.
Well, they'll get a service ace as Claire Smock was caught in between. That will go to Presley Myers, who's at the back line here for the Crusaders. Now we're knotted up at 4. First ace for Holy Trinity out of far southeast Iowa. Brooke Schulte trying to take care of it, but it's a dump attack, and I believe, Katie, this is the first time that Pella has trailed here in their home tournament. Nice work there by the setter. I believe that was number 6, Elizabeth Griffin, who had the quick attack on that.
Yep, there's definitely some younger players on this team. That was a sophomore.
Ekoff able to get a really good swing on kind of a wonky set there, and it's a point Dutch, and we're tied up again, 5-5.
If I'm looking right, there's just 2 seniors on this Holy Trinity team.
So when they come back next year, they're good now, but look out.
Nice.
Ooh, that was about as authoritative of an ace as you'll see, as Emma it tailed right in front of the player, and it just kind of slammed home. It's like she slammed the door on him.
Yep.
Of course, Emma, talk about a revelation this year for the team. She thought she'd be a good player. Obviously a very good athlete coming out of PC a couple years ago. Had some really excellent work on the softball field and all the above.
Right.
I'm not saying that she's not a good athlete. I didn't see this coming. she's arguably been Pella's second best and most consistent player all year, and she's playing all the way around with Katie Shekel. And boy, when Emma's on, she hits it harder than anybody.
Well, the balance of her, both from a setting standpoint, but also the hitting side, is the perfect complement for what this team needed. I mean, you're able to have 2 players like Sheck and Ekoff that are great setters, understand the court extremely well, and then when it's their turn to shine offensively, they also understand that relationship because they're able to get to anything that the other setter puts up.
And the best part is neither is a liability defensively, if not oftentimes are plus players when it comes to passing.
Well,
so
I'm pretty sure Katie is leading our team in digs, which you don't necessarily see from a setter's position, but she is able to somehow get to almost everything. And when teams attack her, they really shouldn't, because I know that's normal in volleyball. You attack the setter to get them out of the offense, but our setter puts up a great dig, and we have another setter right there who can take it.
And honestly, Claire has looked really good in those scramble situations as well. Pella has 3 players who really know how to put it up, and Emma gets another ace and another authoritative ace. It's now 9-5 after a Holy Trinity timeout. Katie Shekel had a big swing on an overpass to get and force the Crusaders off to the step away from the match. It's 9-5 Dutch. And it has been all service here for the Dutch and Brooke Schulte.
And what you're seeing right now in this series is Holy Trinity is getting to the serve, but it has such velocity and speed that they can't keep it on our side, so they do what's called an overpass. And our front row blockers, that is just the sweetest ball to come across. You can jump up and slam it back down to the other side.
Especially when you're solidly 5'9", 5'10" across the board, and then obviously in Abby and you know, some of the taller player cases, 6'6", I mean, Pella has the front row to really take advantage, whether it's the explosive athletes like a Kelsey Tauke or a Katie Shekel or those taller players.
Yep. And
11-6 Dutch.
Yep, I think our height has been a huge advantage for us this season. It's been fun to see when you walk next to the team and you have to look up to several players. That's what you want to see on a volleyball court.
Over this left side, a little bit of miscommunication there for the Dutch. It is a point Holy Trinity, 11-7, and you know, postseason success. The last time the Pella volleyball program was at state, you were the head coach, and different teams and all the above. I've watched this program now for 9 years. This is certainly one of the most balanced I've seen in that time frame in terms of just danger all over the court.
I would agree.
And presence all over the court. They may not have the elite Emily Holterhouse type players, but boy, oh boy, it's 6 solid players who are on the floor at any given point.
And I think that is a little deceiving. If a team hasn't watched us in person and they just look at our stats,
Katie Shekel with another big swing.
You might scratch your head a little bit and see how do these statistics translate to the record. And I think it's that balance that you'll see. So you don't look at us and be like, oh, there's one option you have to shut down. Like, no, you have to be prepared for every position from every attacker.
12-7 is our score, and I believe that was touched by Pella out on the push attempt there by number 3, Adeline Cruz. And that's why Emma has been such a big deal, right? In a two-setter offense, when you have this balance, if one setter was trying to facilitate 4 hitters, that can get tricky too, where now you have 2 setters, they're also hitting options. It really does mean any point, it's hard to get stuck in rotations if you're Pella.
Well, and Brooke is a great outlet hitter. I mean, she's super smart with the ball. She's able to place it anywhere on the court. So you just never feel stuck with this team.
Good swing by Sydney, but it is dug up nicely by the Crusaders. Up the middle, tip by Brand, just hits off the top of the net and in. 13-8 Dutch here in set number 2. They are 8 points away from another sweep as they swept Knoxville earlier today. So you were looking up, I was trying to find the dig statistics here to check in, and you are right, Katie Shekels, 283 leads the team. Claire Smock, our libero, second. That was a big swing, but Brooke will send the pass towards reliable Ken Kinney, 13-9. I mean, and you kind of dig into the numbers a little bit more there in terms of then offensively assists. Obviously, you got Emma at 349, Katie at 308.
Yep.
But Sage Young has 37. Claire Smock has 91 as a libero. You just you don't see that number a whole lot in a two-setter offense, but Claire is effectively that third setter on the floor.
Absolutely, especially if our setters take that first ball, our libero steps in to take the second line. You'll see a lot of teams making that switch, and Claire is very good at it. She is aware of where those hitters are at all times, and she makes a really smart choice with that ball.
13-10, and that's what makes it so tough to solve Pella. Now, when you say, well, Andrew, Indianola swept Pella, but Indianola's a better version of that. They've got even, it's just they have a similar set of players. They just have a little more talent. They have a little bit more volleyball. And a girl like Cam Overton, for example, what Emma was doing here, Cam was doing to us. And that's,
yep.
Yeah, it was just little things like that that show Pella's a very good team. But again, they're going to have to earn everything to get that potential state championship run.
Yep, and making sure everybody's kind of keeping that high level, playing clean, not making a lot of errors. 14-10
is our score here as Mace will get another round here on the service line. So this has been the benefit of Pella being able to build up these leads, Katie, is not that Lauren's not a capable player, but the typical rotation here would be Sage coming in and what she's done as a specialist.
Ella. So this is Ella's spot serving-wise. And Lauren has been a serving specialist all season.
Just haven't seen her as much the second half of the year.
Right.
But point being, we've been able to play with some rotations here today that we normally, may not feel confident doing again. Whereas with Indianola, you're definitely going to want to have what you would consider your best 9 players. Been good to see some mixing in here today, is I guess what I'm getting at. Brooke Schulte again.
Yep, nice kill from Brooke on the outside, kind of hitting right between.
16-11.
Goes back to zones.
Brooke Schulte with 6 kills and 3 aces here in the second set. Has been by far the player of this match for the Dutch. Really some nice defense from her in the back row as well. And that is just out.
Yep, just missed wide.
On Sage's service attempt. 16-12, so a little bit tighter than set 1. But it hasn't ever felt like Pella's been out of control of this set either yet.
Yep.
Part of it is Holy Trinity has not been able to take advantage, and there's a lift called on Schulte.
Yeah, Brooke's trying to save that ball. Kind of a miscommunication between setter hitters there.
16-13. Dutch lead overall, 1-0. The trick for the Crusaders so far is they've not been able to string points together after 2 or 3 points. Well, Pella's had some big runs, and there's a dump. Thank you very much for Emma Ekoff.
And that is so tough to defend because she is front row. Normally our setter's back row. How do you keep track of when she's going to set versus when she hits? And she definitely caught the defense not ready on that one.
17-13 now, Ekoff to serve. And she's dropped a couple of anvils so far. Nice dig by Smock as she goes all the way to the floor.
Great dig. Oh.
Couldn't quite take advantage. Claire's had a couple of really nice ones, and really it goes to show how special of an athlete she is. I mean, it was hard enough this spring where she's one of the top tennis players and one of the top soccer players. Yep. Her month, end of May and June, as there is a successful serve here for Holy Trinity. it shows the jack of all trades that she was this spring. It shows here in the volleyball court and what she's able to get to.
Yeah, both through her leadership, her poise on the court, her tenacity as that defensive specialist, and just does a really great job.
And Shekel overhits it. Now Holy Trinity is back in it here.
We're down to 1. So again, we talked about that clean approach. We've had a couple errors in a row. That opens the door, and teams will try to close it.
17-16, clean service this time. Is Schulte able to knock it home? That's her 7th kill, 5th of this set right here.
Yeah, Brooke's doing a great job coming through for her team.
And now she'll get to serve with a 2-point lead, 3 away from another sweep here at the Pella Invitational. That serve goes deep in the back line of the Crusaders. Oh, nicely placed by Adeline Cruz. There was no green jersey on that back right corner of the court, and she saw it and had a good setup to be able to take advantage. Her 3rd kill of this set. Obviously a little more successful offense for Holy Trinity, I think, has been the difference here in keeping them in this one. Pella now covering with 4 in the back row on this service line attack. Tip over by Naminga. This will be a clean set, we thought. Deep push here as Smock pops it up. Now Shekel brings it home.
Yep, nice swing. Got a little bit of the tape there. Able to hit between defenders.
Kill number 4. Pella 2 points away, and they've got the aforementioned Smock. Imagine how good she'd be like at track. I bet she'd be good at track too.
She was very good in middle school track.
I was about to say. Now the one I can't speak to would be golf. Like, could she do the golf too? Could she be the 4-sport athlete?
I'm not sure.
Well, in Holy Trinity, we're getting a conversation here with the officials. The call was
back row attack.
Back row attack by Holy Trinity. And they're going to replay the point.
Okay.
The down official didn't see it, and then the up official wasn't sure. So we're back to 1917. Smock gets the dig. Naminga, her best swing of the morning so far. Sydney able to knock it down, 20-17. It's match point Dutch.
Yep, and great defense, tough dig, super aggressive set to push it all the way back to our right side, and an awesome finish by Sydney.
Smock to serve.
Free ball coming across.
Shekel up the middle for Brand.
Now,
and we'll finish it.
Probably not how she wanted that to go, but off the net, still goes down for a kill.
And that gives Pella their 2nd sweep of the morning, 21-11, 21-17.
You know, good job by the Dutch staying calm as that set got a little close. They were down early, but just kind of took care of business. And I feel like that's what you'll see out of this team. They don't get rattled very easily. They stay pretty calm and just stay really aggressive.
So, I'm just pulling up the tournament schedule here now. On the other court. On the other court right now, it's Grinnell took the first set 21-14 over Knoxville. They lead 16-11 in set number 2. To watch that, there is another stream available here on Pella Dutch Live. Watch the finale of that one. And then as we head to the 11-10 window, we'll have another Pella-based break. It'll be Washington versus Knoxville, and then Grinnell versus Valley. So Tiger versus Tigers, as the Panthers trying to get themselves back here into the set on the other side. So Pella, though, is 2-0. They beat one of the ranked teams ahead of them. So right now, Pella in the driver's seat in terms of winning this tournament. And you'd love to do that. Win your home tournament, get into Tuesday, get senior night, and then buckle down. It should be a really fun week plus here, but we got to soak in these moments here, Katie. The sun is starting to set on fall.
It hardly seems possible, but it's been a fun ride, for sure.
Our first frost of the season's coming up on Tuesday, so that's goes to show how late. We're about 2 weeks behind if that is the case.
But even then, I mean, they said it'll go right 70. Back to warm, so who knows what.
I will say this. I love fall. I love autumn.
Correct.
But as a guy who does a lot of outdoor activities, and
I'm okay with
a marching band and all the above, it's been okay.
I'm okay with a sweatshirt and not a jacket and a blanket sitting outside at 10 o'clock watching the band.
So Brooke Schulte ends up with 6 kills in that set. She had 3 aces. Katie Shekel had 4. Kelsey Tauke with 2. And then Emma Ecoff and Abby Brand each had 3 apiece for the Dutch. And then the leading attacker was Adeline Cruz, 4 kills over those 2 sets for the Crusaders, who get a tough 0-2 start. And then their next matchup coming up, let's see who they've got next. I believe they're also on the break rotation, so they will next play Valley at noon. So.
Yep. Some good volleyball hopefully here coming up in our remaining matches.
So we have an hour break. We will step aside on commentary. They're going to finish up this Grinnell and Knoxville match, and then Knoxville-Washington will play after. So very busy morning here for Molly Kaichis' bunch, and busy morning for everybody. We welcome you to the Pella Dutch Invitational. If you're just tuning in, we're going to step aside, at least on the commentary side, and then we'll be back at high noon for Pella versus Washington coming up on Pella Dutch Live. a good afternoon, and thank you back for joining us here once again as we welcome you to the Pella High School Dutch Volleyball Invitational. We are now getting to our third rotation of these teams playing some very high-level volleyball. A couple of three-setters finally getting to see the number 15 on the board, Andrew Schneider with Katie Brand. As we anticipated with this really strong ranked field of teams, things are going to get a little more competitive. Now here we are for our noon. This was scheduled for noon game, so a little behind schedule, but that's how it often goes, as we have the Washington Demons taking on the Pella Dutch here on this floor. Meanwhile, Holy Trinity and Valley wrapping up action off to our right as well. So let's get some of the scores updated. We started the day with Pella defeating Knoxville 21-13 in the opening match, and then Washington lost to West Des Moines Valley 21-17, 21-11. Grinnell up 22-20 in a couple of sets over Holy Trinity. Grinnell then beat Knoxville 21-14, 21-15. Pella beat Holy Trinity 21-11, 21-17. And then the more competitive matches, in particular, Washington and Knoxville went back and forth. It was advantage Knoxville, the Panthers, coming from behind 21-19, and then they won 21-19 in set 2 and won the final set 15-12 to earn their first win. So Washington right now winless. They've been pretty competitive considering the fact they've kind of stepped into a pool of giants here today.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, maybe competition they haven't seen necessarily a lot. Going to play some bigger schools. And they've played 2 in a row now after just finishing set 3, so we'll see energy-wise what they have at this point in the day, too.
Of course, we were treated to the same potluck lunch that the girls were treated to, so nearly a double hit. Now the harder way is Abby Brand will start us off with a kill right up the middle.
Yeah, one of the best things about the home tournament is the team potluck. It's so good.
We should do that more often. I'll say I get a little taste of that at grad party season from some of the parents and their very various culinary skills, as the Dutch will have a service ace now from Brooke Schulte. She had 3 in the match against Holy Trinity just a short while ago. So 2-0 Dutch. Well, and good on Washington for being here today. It could be tough, right? You're not having, a ton of competition at this level, but before the state tournament and before the tournament trail, you'd rather see it than not.
And one of my last year's coaching, we saw Washington in the bracket play. I remember Addison Six, the coach's daughter, was a player then, and so
And Aaron's still there.
Yeah, they've come to Pella a few times.
Service error. Sorry, was that Shekel serving?
It was.
Sorry, thank you. You could have corrected me.
That's fine.
I saw Brooke get excited. I'm like, wait, that's early in the rotation.
Well,
and now
they have very similar hair today. So
and the other challenge now is that we're playing on the other half of the floor.
Right.
Oh, may have to break the camera out, though, for this angle. Haven't seen it yet. 3-1 Dutch. Good job by Washington surviving that attack. Brand tries to go deep. Be a back row attack here for the Demons from Southeast Iowa. Off the block and in for Emma Ekoff.
Nice swing there by Emma, finding that back corner, making the middle back player have to read to the sideline.
It's 4-1, Dutch leading early, assuming Kara Schulte either got to Cedar Rapids or is close to. So hopefully she doesn't need our every score update, but we'll do our best as others are joining us with the audio version. All on Pella Dutch Live this year. Service here for the Dutch from Mace, who then is attacked from the back. And that's a kill for Washington. Got a fairly deep varsity roster here in terms of numbers. One of the bigger teams we see floating around here today. Shekel up the middle, that time short for Brand. Of course, Washington fans joining us. This is just on Pella Dutch Live, not on KCII Radio, where I got my start a few moons ago, many moons ago. And we talk postseason here for Pella fans, and we'll get there in just a second. Big attack from the left side. That's number 5, Leighton Messinger, who gets that in for a kill for the Washington Demons.
And she's definitely one of their offensive leaders on the outside. Does a good job having both aggressive swings, but also some good shot placement.
Demons not able to follow that up, though, with a successful serve, and it's 5-4 Dutch. Washington, though, getting a little bit of life here last couple of points. We're just getting underway with our third middle match of the day. Some tough ones await for Pella, former conference foe Grinnell, and then end the day with West Des Moines Valley. Ecoff with a decent swing. Pella in scramble mode. Back row attack is in.
Got right off the hands of Kelsey Taki there in the front row.
Ella Griner, as we were joking off the air, the name Griner, we know Washington's in town.
Yep.
Could have said the name 6 for the last couple years, and those bunches of kids were coming through.
And there are a bunch of 6s at Central still, so we get to see that name eventually, sometimes with the Dutch.
The other Dutch.
Yes.
The bigger Dutch.
Yes.
It's no longer little Dutch here, so I'm surprised Central hasn't adopted the big Dutch moniker. Tip and Schulte a little short, and Washington has their first lead here of this set, 6-5. So Pella came out of the gates firing, especially with their serve, and then since then, the offense has been a little off here.
Yeah, just a little bit. That timing between setters and hitters and trying to get full placement of that ball. Can clean it up a little bit in these next few points.
And there's a point Dutch.
Mid-set separation would be great here.
Carey did make it. She's in the stands at Co. So
Okay,
we're in good shape now. Back row serve from Ecoff on the overpass. It was Tauke. Washington will get a right side attack. Ecoff digs it up. Bump set for Smock. Schulte hits it deep, covered nicely there by the Demons in the back row. It was Griner. And then another successful swing for Light Messinger, and that's a point Washington. So as I was getting in there, for postseason fans, of course, we'd rather you be at Pella High School. The Dutch have their home road to the tournament. First, they'll play either the winner of Keokuk and Burlington, and then likely advancing, they would play as a big swing there from Shekel. Point Dutch makes it 7-7. Likely play Norwalk to go to state. We'll have it here on Pella Dutch Live, but Katie and I, we want to just be talking to ourselves. We're hoping you're here in the gym and making it loud.
Yes, absolutely. Love that postseason atmosphere. Our community comes out, cheers on. It'll be great to host a couple.
Now Brooke Schulte gets an ace.
Yeah, last year we had to be on the road for all of our postseason matches, so it'll be nice to have some home ones this year.
Our student section turns out well. They had a pretty good contingent, all things considered, in Indianola the other night. There's a lot. Oftentimes you don't see a separate student section. It's just those JV players, but Pella's for many years had that success as Messinger again able to get that in. 3 kills early. And Washington's going to be, they're certainly good enough that Pella has to play well to beat them. But it's sneaky because they don't have a ranking, right? They're coming in here at 14-10. Have lost already a couple of matches, but they've also been playing a lot of volleyball here in the last couple of minutes. So we do have a new player in the game here for Pella. We'll tell you about in a second. Naminga bumps it up left side looking for Shekel. It's a double hit. In the back row, we see Olivia Lowry making, I believe, her varsity debut.
For this set.
For this set. Okay, she's played okay.
Yep, she comes in and gives Brooke some relief in the back row. Brooke, one of our 6 rotation players. Olivia comes in, especially in tournaments.
That's the thing I haven't seen in tournaments. Hasn't played any best of 5s yet, but has been in tournaments. So, but good to see Olivia out there. A name we don't get to see too often. As Shekel trying to get this going here for Pella. We're tied at 9 here in set number 1.
Yeah, neither team, again, kind of separating, putting multiple points together. See if we can make a change with number 5 in the back row.
We've already rotated around from the service side. Off to a strong start here for Pella. Ecoff to Brand off the block. Washington able to get to that one. And then tipped over by the Demons. And that was number 12, Layla Green, who knocks that in. Point Washington. While they haven't been able to pull away yet, they have been able to maintain, for the most part, this lead here early in the first set of this third match, the Pella Dutch Invitational. On the other court, we're still dealing with Holy Trinity and Valley in a really fun one over there. Tip over by Naminga. And a free ball coming across the net here. Lowry sets it up for Brand up the middle. Washington is
keeping it alive, that's for sure.
Scouted it pretty well. And that is a point, as that does hit the back line. It almost went through the fingers of Ecoff, and Washington now with a 2-point lead. Tournaments, we talk about it even in our weekdays. It just can be such a weird animal, right? Washington has played well, but they've been winless here so far, and Pella has dominated the first two, but had that break in between, and right now showing a little bit.
Yep, and ate a big meal, which sometimes takes a little time to come back from if you come back a little sluggish.
It's a good job by Washington tucking that inside. Reagan Miller is able to get that one. And the Demons are building a little bit of a lead here.
Yep, timeout by Coach Allman. Wants to give them a moment to kind of reset, regroup, and then come back and take back the lead, hopefully.
Well, hope you're enjoying wherever you're doing here on a gorgeous Saturday in the Tulip City. I know we wrapped up youth soccer this morning across the community. It's a sign that fall is getting deeper and deeper, although weather-wise we wouldn't know it. Kind of more of a low-key weekend here in town. We've got this tournament today, but there's not, you know, a million things. Central's out of town for football, so.
Last Saturday there was a ton going on with Central homecoming. Pella was home Friday night for football. There were different community events happening uptown. So yeah, yes, last weekend felt very, very busy.
We had Pella and Pink for our family on Sunday. Pella Fire Department breakfast in the morning. Nice. Service error by Washington. We're back in action. It's Washington leading 12-10.
Coach's point there.
Yep.
Called the timeout, get them to miss their serve.
See if Pella can start picking some things up here as it's Katie Shekel. Gets it deep corner. And that's way off the mark. Point Dutch. So Washington coming in out of Southeast Iowa was 14-10. Let's see if we can bring up a few of the key players here. Off the block of Namiga. Bump set here for Smock, 12-11. Sydney gets the attack in.
Great cross-court shot by Sydney.
So the leading attacker is Leighton Messinger, as we mentioned, 199 kills at .264 efficiency. Very fine player out of Southeast Iowa. Main setter is Lauren Heinrichsen, 451 assists. Another serve here for Sheck. It's tied up at 12. Pella on a three-point run. But that'll be snapped off the left side attack from number 11, Reagan Miller. As a team, Washington hitting 166. Of course, harder to understand their schedule from not a lot of common foes until we get to this point in the season. And another error there by Pella. 14-12. So a little bit of a shaky start. Demons trying to take advantage as they're back on the service line again. It was number 8, Heinrichsen. And Ekoff trying to get the smoke going. One time Washington able to handle it, but back row attempt fails. Back to within 1 point we go. Back and forth here in set number 1 of match number 3. Pella trails by 1, 14-13. Video stream today powered by Centerpoint Electric, where they're wired for excellence. They are our Powered By sponsor, on our Game Reset sponsor during the fall, and Powered By in the summer, Centerpoint Electric on KNIA Radio. Schulte pushes it over, and she'll get a kill for her trouble as she's able to find the deep corner spot that the Demons didn't have covered.
Right, great. That's just a tough spot because your setter's coming from that spot. Your middle has to transition over. It's a really, really well-placed push.
Lauren Mace back in for her second round of serving here. And she'll get the ace. The ace for Lauren Mace. And Pella is back on top for the first time here in some time. 15-14.
Nice serve again.
And it'll be a free ball. Left side attack for Schulte. Off the block, no one there. Left side attack again, second kill, excuse me, for number 11, Reagan Miller.
Yeah, I feel like the Pella offense right now, we're hitting great swings, but they're going directly to people, kind of going where their defense is sitting and waiting. We need to hit more line shots, make that middle back player move, not just swing to zone 6.
Serve from the back row, it was Ella Griner, and there we go up the middle for Brand. She brings a little fastball in, 16-15.
Yeah, nice set, nice pass. Definitely beat the block on that one.
And Sage DeYoung will add to Pella's serving success here today. A lot of aces, and there have been 5 so far for Pella. And really, the one thing, Katie, that's kept Pella consistently in this match have been some of these points off of serves.
Right, which is sort of the opposite of kind of how the first part of the day went. So it's good to see that the serving has stepped it up. Now we just need the offense to follow suit.
Good job by Sage. Again, she's been the backup setter, so Pella has a lot of girls who can take care of business that way, and it's been super helpful, the flexibility on the floor at any given moment that girls who are not the main setters can handle.
Right. Well, and Sage comes in to serve for that libero spot, so that's where she's going to be on the court. So normally that ball would go to Claire. Well, right now it's going to Sage, but she's just as capable of a setter, so it works out really nicely.
That serve, though, does not clear the top of the net, and it goes back to Washington, now trailing 18-16, the Dutch up by 2. We're in set 1. We are to the Demons libero in the back row. Tip for Schulte, covered by Washington. Slow roll hit. And Schulte on a good set from Smock. Overpass, Pella with another chance. Dumped over by Shekel. Washington keeping the points alive.
Yeah, that was really close to scoring.
Ella was able to get that. And nice dig up by Ella to keep the point up here for Pella.
Both teams in nice transition offense right now.
Ekoff tries from the right side. You can see where Washington's going with the ball every time here. She's a good player.
Yep.
Let's see if Pella can pick up on, it's going to be Messinger who's going to be swinging it over the net. She has now 4 times in a row. Ekoff off the block. A long volley we go. Pella up by 2. And it's off and out. And point Washington on the long volley. We got to see Pella's diverse offense there, but Washington kept going and going. And
yep, and Pella, one thing that I think in the last few matches, they really need to establish that kind of kill shot. Like, who's the player who's going to end those rallies with the right ball in the right place? And too often I feel like we let the other team stay in it by hitting right to them instead of effectively finding that open spot on the court.
19-17 Dutch after the hitting error by Messinger on the overpass, but Pella finding the center of the service net again, 19-18. And that's number 7 for the libero, Ruby Widoff. I went to high school with a Widoff, who I believe is very much related.
Yep.
About 15 years ago, over 15 years ago now. So I'll let the Washington fans who may be watching piece together when I graduated, as Schulte will nab her second successful attack, 2018. So Pella battling here. Washington giving the Dutch more than they've seen in this tournament so far. The most points scored by a foe on the day against the green and white.
And I think that's a combination of Washington just playing very aggressive.
There's Messinger.
And Pella offensively not being able to match it.
20-19. So Leighton will go back. Could be Leighton. I apologize if I'm getting, I should have asked somebody that I knew across the way, but phenomenal talent regardless. And off the block and in. Number 12, Layla Green is in, and we are tied up at 20. So we will play 2 extras here. Washington surviving match point for a couple points, or set point rather. Left side, Katie Shekel gets it to set point. Pella again.
Yep. All right, we've got Claire serving, front row ready to block. Number 5 in the back row for Washington. Should be a finish here on this point.
Claire gets the sign, sends it over. And off the block and in.
Yep.
As Brandon Namiga will team up. And it's set point Dutch, 22-20.
Well, that was a strong finish for what was kind of a struggle up until that point.
So Pella able to use their size there in the last couple of points, whether it was the big attack from Shekel and her explosiveness or that block. And Pella so far undefeated set-wise in their home tournament, which matters in tiebreakers if that does come down to it down the stretch.
Yeah, especially with this being a round-robin tournament. So it doesn't go to bracket play. You know, you don't win to continue on. You just play every team here. So sometimes figuring out the tournament champion can be a little bit of a challenge with all those tiebreakers.
Well, the good news is 2 teams can't be undefeated here. Right. So like if Pella were to keep winning, if
you win them all, then that's pretty clear. But if there's some teams that go 4-1 and 3-2 and
right. Well, messy. If a bunch of teams go 3-2, that's when you're in real trouble, because then the head-to-head tiebreakers become points and sets. But if you get 2 4-1 teams, then that also, I guess, would be a tiebreaker. But typically one has beaten the other at that point.
Right, but then somebody else.
Yeah.
So, there's a whole series of first tiebreaker, second tiebreaker, third tiebreaker, fourth tiebreaker, and if you need it, even a 5th tiebreaker.
I'm just glad that right now, and I'll knock on this wood in front of me, the football team is not worried about tiebreaker scenarios. They are in the driver's seat of winning a district championship, because the last 3 or 4 years, it's driven me almost I'm already insane, but more insane when I'm trying to sit there and say, well, but if our RPI is here, and if,
Well, that's what I think is different about football compared to the other sports, is that you aren't guaranteed that postseason placement. So a lot more of those tiebreakers can come into factor, where in a lot of the other sports, like, everyone qualifies for that first round of postseason play.
In fact, my understanding is that the only sport in Iowa where you are not guaranteed is football. Everybody else has a chance. So. But it makes sense from a physical standpoint. Football, you don't want to be playing 64, all those teams. And then if you have a district like right now, like where you have maybe 40 teams in class, it's going to be hard to have buys and just, Regardless, the good news here for Pella is that they are up 5-0 on the day so far, a 22-20 win. We'll see what happens mentally for Washington. A, you played really well against a team like Pella, who's a likely state tournament team, but B, you had your chances and lost it. How did the mental waves there that Coach Six is going to have to deal with on the other side?
Well, and for Pella too, yes, you came through and won the set, but there were some breakdowns along the way. And if you have those same breakdowns throughout the rest of the day, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to beat teams.
So back to Washington. Lauren Heinrichsen, the senior, the setter, gets us going here in set number 2. And Katie Shekel,
that's a good start.
Just as she did in the first set, opens with a kill. She's up to 5 already here in this 3rd match of the Pella tournament. Of course, we highly anticipate, considering Pella's successful season, that Katie Shekel will be showered with a few more postseason accolades this year. Would highly anticipate her name on the All-State, definitely first-team All-Conference, a lot of other things that I know she doesn't care about, but for those of us, it'd be nice recognition for her to have as Washington miss hits on the right side.
Yeah, not having the conference tournament this year, it will be different for the coaches who maybe haven't seen the other conference teams as much.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how that factors into those postseason awards.
Well, I'll call my shot that Katie's first-team All-Conference, All-District, and will be somewhere on the All-State team. It's just a matter of where. And part of that on the state level is how far you get.
Yeah,
you get reward usually when you get to the state tournament.
You do. You get that recognition. More coaches get eyes on you. They look at stats from the state tournament and those kinds of things. So when you are determining those all-region, all-district, all-state things, state exposure really does matter.
Shot wide there for Brand, and we're tied at 2. So it's not quite 1 step forward, 2 steps back here for Pella, but it's been kind of a teeter-totter right now.
Trudging maybe a little bit.
That time, Ekoff able to have that ricochet into the wall. 3-2 off the Washington blocker. Lauren May set to serve. It's a 3-2 lead. Pella leads 1-0 overall. They're 5-0 so far on the day in terms of sets, and they're 2-0 overall with victories. 2.5 right now. If they're able to close out Washington, we'll see. May sends it deep to the back row. She already has an ace. Demons are able to pop it over the net, but Brand is able to reject it.
Nice. That one bounces off the ceiling.
4-2. Coach Allman will give his sign. Blocked on that Pella right side here. The beach volleyball bump over the net. Oh, blocked by Washington. And that will ricochet. We have a second off the face moment. This time it was friendly fire.
Yep.
As Ekoff knocked it into Abby's.
I know.
Looks like grabbing her nose.
A little bit.
What's the little nosebleed at the Valley Fest performance tonight, right?
That would be on her lovely white band costume. So
I'm sure Mr. Place would love that. Or more accurately, whoever's doing laundry in the Brand household. There's a service ace. Coach Allman got to know Katie Shekel a little better there. It's a point Washington. As Ruby Widoff gets the first ace of the day for the Demons. Lucy Carlson having to try to get out of dodge, and another successful service here for Washington. And now tied up here at 4.
Yep, Pella just a little slow on making some adjustments here.
Sorry, 5-4.
Still feel a little disjointed on the Dutch side.
Washington back with the lead. Widoff has been very effective on this service rotation. And nice tip over by Layla Green right at the net. Point Washington.
We gotta just clean things up a little bit, maybe a little bit more ready and on our toes. We seem surprised by what Washington is showing us right now.
Coach Tammy White, former Pella Christian head coach, has been the head JV coach this year, giving some instruction to Ella, and then missed it by Schulte. It has been very different than how the morning looks so far, but that's the thing about tournaments. When you play so much volleyball, you're playing at different stages of the day. Good back set in response there from Shekel to Brand.
Yep, closing down that run. Bring Kelsey Taki in. She can hopefully bring some spark and some offense.
Sage DeYoung in at service line as well. Had a nice chat with her at lunch. She wants to get into ambulance work, so she'll be attending the, as Washington's long on the attack, she'll be attending the new EMS school at Pella Ambulance and working here hopefully locally, so she'll be sticking around.
Well, and she does a lot of athletic training for the Pella teams and program, and she's done a really, really good job with that.
She got her own gory story a few nights ago as Jace Peterson, who, talk about a freak accident, told the story a couple times as Ekoff gets another big swing. Basically was working with a saw blade and it chipped and cut him on the chin or like on the jawline, and it was close to very dangerous if you want to talk about like jugular in that area.
Right.
Had the stitches come out at near the end of the football game last week against Newton. And that is just out on Washington's hitting error there. Pella back up 8-7 in set 2. And then had the stitches. So she was there like watching everything with intent eyes, and Mrs. Peterson was on the bench, and I don't blame her, bless her soul. Just totally like, you know, not handling it well. And if you're squeamish around blood and stuff, then that can be hard, but Sage seems to enjoy that.
Well, Sage is just a very calm, steady presence, and so I think that is a gift of hers that very much would work well in that profession.
It helped in softball a couple times, especially when Emma went down with an injury at Oskaloosa. Good attack there for Washington's right side. That's a point, Demons. I'm going to try the name, Taylor Mishk. I'm going to go with it.
Sure.
If you have any problems, call Zach Ullin at KCII Radio. I'll give you a cell. 653-2113 is the number. 10-8 after Washington can't get the serve over the net. And we're back to Emma Ekoff, who had 3 aces in the previous match against Holy Trinity. And right on cue, that gets the Pella bench in front of us real fired up. We get to hear them even louder now today as they're on this half of the floor. Pella in their breast cancer awareness pink after opening the day in their standard green. Haven't worn a lot of standard green this year, and Emma just hits the back line. She'll do that every time if they leave it there. It's 12-8. Pella starting now, Katie, to pull away a little bit.
A little bit.
A couple of big serves never hurt.
Wow.
Another tough one. This time, though, Messinger able to get it up. And on the attack, free ball over, up the middle. Nice swing from Layla Green. So Washington will get the side out they needed, and back to Messinger on the back line. Tauke stuffed by Green. But Pella able to return. Schulte hits it deep. At least made a tough choice in the back row. Tip over.
That worked out great.
Tauke gets her first successful attack of this third match of the Pella tournament.
And a good job by Kelsey to take a ball that maybe wasn't in system and do something creative with it and disrupted the Washington defense.
So Holy Trinity will knock off Valley. So big turnaround for them after a tough start, 21-18, 21-17. West Des Moines Valley will be the dessert, if you will, for Pella if we're talking about a 4-course or 5-course meal. Pella able to knock in that point after Washington unable to return it, 14-9.
Yeah, really good hustle by Sydney to be able to get to that ball. Again, another out-of-system one, had to be set up by the libero, and she was able to get there.
Another successful serve here for the Dutch, for Brooke Schulte.
Yeah, maybe Pella's found the groove a little bit in this match.
Which bodes well because there's not as much time between, right? Or are we double decking at the end?
There's a break, and I'm not sure.
I'll look at the calendar. Left side successful there for Sheck.
There's a break across the tournament. That way
that's right, yeah.
and things can get some food, and then we come back with Grinnell
At
off a match, and then finish with Valley.
Yeah, 1:45 is our next scheduled match. I imagine now that we're kind of, 12:55 was our next scheduled match. So I think we'll take the break anyway, and we'll start sometime around 1:15 would be my guess, based on where the timing is. In the meantime, it's 16-9. Pella has expanded their lead. Katie Shekel says,
that girl's just amazed. She got a hand on that.
Rubalcaba has to be thanking her lucky stars as Tauke will finish it.
Wow.
The way she reacted, I thought that was going to sail into the back row there towards Tim Brand.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen. Sometimes it's better to be lucky.
And the body just naturally reacts.
Yep.
And sometimes that reaction is just exactly what you need.
17-9, Dutch opening it up here.
Ooh.
Big swing on the right side for Green. She's shown a little bit of a fastball here.
A nice swing a couple different times. That was from the right side. Other times have been from the middle. And with her and 5 together, I mean, I can see why the Washington offense can get going, and people have to make some adjustments.
And they've held their own here today. It's not like they've been run off the floor all the times that they've been on the floor. It's been very competitive. It's just teams like Pella when they can go to a Kelsey Tauke like that, and she's really the 4th or 5th option most times on the floor. It's like,
right.
And she's that good. It's like that's where Pella gets you, right? It's just that depth. It's the overwhelming. At any point, if you're a defense, you have to try to attend to different things. So
Kelsey's efficiency is pretty high as a hitter. Like when she does get set, she takes care of the ball and does a good job with it. All right, we got a couple junior subs coming
Abby
in.
Heatbrink, Kydelyn Plate is in.
And Olivia Cutler.
Who has branched out of one half of the family path and went down the other. She went down the even house side.
She did.
And she tips it on the block there with Heatbrink. So got Ekoff on the floor. Smock looking for Abby, who had a couple of nice matches in relief of Sydney Naminga earlier this season.
She really did.
Kydelyn gets a good left-handed swing, and she'll get the kill.
Nice.
(19-10). After a 22-20 first set, it has been much more in favor of the home team at their home invitational. Claire Smock to the back row for Washington it goes. And that will go off of Ekoff. Good swing up the middle. Number 15, Maya Murphy for Washington. 19-11. Back to Heinrichsen in the back row. And it's an ace for Heinrichsen. Tough one there for Olivia Lowry to try and recover. It is the 5th ace for Washington.
Yeah, they've had some aggressive servers.
Well, another successful serve, and they have a little bit of a run here, 19-13, and they're trying to close it out here. But for the girls on the floor, they want to play a little bit more.
Right.
Lowry this time gets it right to Ekoff up the middle for Cutler. Big swing, but Washington will return it. I didn't make it painfully obvious before when I said, as that's just out on the left-hand attack for plate. The Evenhouse bloodline is the same from Pella Christian's great volleyball-rich history, and the Cutler is the same as the great cross-country lineage. So always fun to see the coach's kids do well, or grandkids in some cases. Heat break on the left side, gets it deep to Washington. 19-14, it was 19-10. And that time Abby gets a bigger swing on it.
Yeah, and this just shows the versatility of Abby Hebrink. I think this season she's played some middle, she's played some right side, and right now doing some outside. But when you're up with Keidelin Plate, who's a lefty, she would defer to Keidelin being the right side and Abby Hebrink playing outside.
Now we're to Katie Shekel. She's maybe played a little bit of volleyball in her day.
Net call there on the Dutch in the block.
20-15.
All right, see if we can
Ella Greiner to serve for Washington.
get a kill to finish off set 2.
20-15 Pella. It is match point. 1 point between the Dutch and 3-0. Left side, and Emma Ekoff.
Nice finish.
With an exclamation point, 21-15. Dutch are 3-0 on the day, and we will have an extended break here on Pella Dutch Live. And when we come back, it'll be an old Little Hawkeye Conference showdown. Pella versus Grinnell, a couple of ranked teams in Class 4A. So very much, Katie, the feel of a possible sub-state, go-to-state game. That'll have that kind of talent on the floor at least.
Right, and Grinnell is very, very high energy. Their coach is very active, very involved. You kind of hear him throughout the gym, and his girls respond really, really well. So I'd say the energy felt a little low for Pella in that match. I really hope that they're able to match the intensity level of Grinnell. It does not need to look the same. Teams don't have to be real big, cheery type people, but you have to bring that intensity and energy on the court.
We're having some fun with Michael Scott up on the video board. So I'm Andrew Schneider, she's Katie Brand. Pella 3-0 at their home tournament. We have 2 really good ones coming up this afternoon. You want to join us? Hey, come on down.
Yeah.
If not, I mean, I think we're running lower on the potluck out there, so I'm not going to invite you for a meal, but come get some great concessions and enjoy this beautiful Saturday in the Tulip City. And we welcome you back to Pella Dutch Live here at Pella High School. It's the Dutch Volleyball Invitational. We are to the 4th match of 5 today. Had a little bit of an officials break, and now we have an old Little Hawkeye Conference showdown. It'll be the Pella Dutch taking on the Tigers of Grinnell, who have since moved to the WAMAC. It's been a lopsided history here for Pella over Grinnell. They were able to send off the Tigers out of the conference at the conference tournament 2 years ago with a 2-0 win. Pella leads the all-time series 26-2. So they played quite a bit, but of course Grinnell moving off to the WAMAC 2 years ago. So have not seen the Tigers in many things, and was a possible playoff for a while there when you look in the mix of where things are in the rankings, but ultimately it will be a conference matchup here today between the Tigers and the Dutch. Andrew Schneider, Katie Brand here as we're about to get set here with opening serve of match number 4. The Tigers coming into this matchup are at 11-11 now. I believe those have been updated on Bound through our various updating mechanisms. If they have not, they are ranked. And it's been a tough day for a lot of these teams. It's a longer day. You get into this kind of routine of playing some tough teams every single time you go around. Grinnell's been in a couple of really close ones so far.
Yeah, like I said, you're going into kind of those last few matches of the day. Physically, you might start to feel some things. Stamina-wise, some of that will come into play. So teams will have to, again, improve that focus, make sure that they're really talking, communicating. And I think we're going to see some of our best volleyball of the day still.
Still some fun to be had here today. At Pella High School, we've seen a rotating cast of friends and fans coming in. There's still time to come on down, enjoy some concessions. Get to see the Schulte corner off to our left as the Schulte families here have combined, although Rich is now across the way. He's left the flock, so to speak. See a lot of former players in and out, former parents, or current parents of former players. They're not former parents anymore. But
right.
All in all, been a very solid day so far here at Pella High School. The Dutch are 3-0 on the tournament trail. Defeating Washington just a little bit ago. And right away, it's been a lot of strong starts here for Pella.
There have. I hope they can sustain it a little bit more. I feel like we've come out really, really aggressive with that first point and then maybe step off the gas a little bit. We do not need to do that. We need to stay on.
Tip over, a block by Ekoff, returned here by the Tigers. So just getting underway here in our 4th match of the day. Bump set from Brand, and that time it's out off the swing of Ekoff as she gets a couple of big swings early.
Yeah, it's great to see Emma coming out on fire.
2-0 Dutch. That goes long on the service attempt from Katie Shekel. So overall, Pella and Grinnell are the only remaining undefeated team. So with a win,
okay,
Pella will clinch their home tournament, or Grinnell. Either team will clinch the victory of the tournament championship, barring what happens, I suppose, in match 5. But Pella will clinch it. That's definitive because they'll have the best record of the day, whether they beat Valley or not. 2-1 Dutch as back and forth we go here in the 4th point of this first set. Bump set from Smock. Naminger right into the block. Nice tag team action there on the left side for the Tigers. That was number 6 and number 7. And that is Mackenzie McClelland and Kayla Lavender.
Yeah, just kind of an inside set there. Sydney didn't have a lot of space to work with. Coverage was there, but couldn't keep it alive.
Now tied at 2. Up the middle, Brand hits it long and right to the back line.
Nice swing right between blockers there to be able to catch that back court line.
So of Pella's 3 points, all have been successful attacks so far. Brings back Lauren Mason to the rotation. Talked to Coach Allman briefly between. He was happy to get all players who suited up today on the floor now after that last battle there with Washington. Ekoff, another big swing.
Yes.
She's looked good early here.
And this time from the right side, able to work more of that line shot. That's one of the things I commented in the Washington match, that we kept swinging to the middle of the court. That one was more towards the sideline, able to score.
So we resume action on the other floor. It is the Knoxville Panthers who've been busy so far today. They're taking on Holy Trinity. And early on, it is 3-2 Panthers over there. We have 2 video streams on Pella Dutch Live, so we are focused, of course, on the Pella here. And then anyone who's playing on the South Court, there is a North Court stream on YouTube. 4-3 Tigers. Schulte had a nice tournament day so far. Ekoff again down and back, hits the corner and in. 4 kills out of 5 points so far for Emma Ekoff.
That was a great swing.
So tournament records-wise, we have the 2 3-0 teams on this floor. Holy Trinity and Knoxville are 1-2. Washington 0-3, and West Des Moines Valley 1-2. Big high set off the block. Ekoff able to recover, and she'll send it over on a free ball chance for the Tigers. Off the block and in, up the middle. And that is number 4, Aiden Gosling. First kill of the day here for Grinnell. A 5-4 Pella lead. All 5 Pella attacks so far have been successful swings, 4 of which have come from Emma Ekoff. Brooke Schulte rolls the net, but out.
That was so close to catching the sideline. Nice
5-5.
slide attack from Kelsey Taki there.
And cross the long attack in for number 6, Mackenzie McClellan.
Yeah, Pella just kind of watched that one hit the floor. I'm not sure what they saw defensively, but we did not make that read.
Tigers number 11, Reagan Stensrud, is in to serve, and she'll get an ace.
Well, Pella needs to keep this close. They cannot let Grinnell separate too much. I feel like their energy, they'll take it and run.
Heemstra to dig it. Tauke off the slide, couldn't quite finish. Into the block, Ekoff can.
Yeah, Emma's got the hot hand right now. She's going to go to the back row, which is kind of a bummer, but when she comes back front, I would continue to feed her.
5 kills, it's the most of any Pella player, tied for with Brooke Schulte earlier today, of any set so far for a pink and white player today, as Pella in their breast cancer awareness shirts. Ekoff nearly gets the ace. Well done by Grinnell just to recover. Long tip, well placed by Shekel.
Oh, that was a tough dig there by Grinnell, but that second ball, the energy just sailed it out of bounds.
We are tied 7-all. So if Pella wins this, they will clinch the tournament championship, and Emma Ekoff has been responsible so far, Katie, for 6 of Pella's 8 points.
You know, it's kind of fun with this vantage point that you get to see what the serve is actually doing. And that one spun to the side, took a huge bite down towards, I mean, you could see the velocity on that ball.
Well, she is a softball pitcher, so she's used to trying to twist and turn. And
yep. All right.
I bet she'd love to pitch as hard as she can serve it. That's for sure.
Yeah, side out right now would be really good for the Dutch. Keep it close.
We are tied at 8. Katie Shekel gets stuffed, and Pella can't respond. It's a block, number 4, Gosling, and number 8, Knowlton for Grinnell. That is their second combo block so far. 9-8, Tigers have slightly taken over this portion of the match after Pella built an early lead. Tauke mistimes her jump, but she gets it to hit the floor on the right side anyway.
You know, those long limbs, she was able to just get fingertips on that ball, but it was enough to get it across off the Grinnell block and then land in the court where nobody could make a play at it.
Brooke Schulte to serve, 9-9. And a miss hit there by the Tigers.
Yep, I feel like our block was there. If that had gone over, Kelsey would have been able to put it down.
10-9, Pella back on top. Did see that Co took a 3-0 lead over Central in football action. If you want to see what's going on there, flip to 92.1 KRLS. Trevor, I believe the mayor, since George Wares is here, Mayor DeWard on that call. Katie Shekel into another block. Grinnell so far has kept their eyes on number 5. Left side, big swing for the Tigers, dug up by Smock. Back row. Dug up by the Tigers. Long volley. So far, Pella has not been able to get a lot of those points today.
No, and again, we kind of have Emma in the back row right now, so missing maybe that little bit of offense. Yeah, we need to see the front row to take care of the ball.
We are tied at 10. Push over, and Tauke will take it.
A good aggressive play by Kelsey. I mean, she could have free-balled that, but she put a 2-hand push on it, which was able to disrupt and go off the blocker's hands.
And while I know the first set with Washington was competitive and not knocking anything on the Demons, this definitely feels like the most back-and-forth set Pella has had so far. It doesn't shock us that Grinnell's had a really nice season.
Right.
And Pella will get the service point, 12-10. As Claire Smock able to successfully get that in from her libero position. To the back row it goes. Off the Pella block, and in is the call.
Oh.
But the near official said out.
Well,
Our line judges
very,
are...
very, very close.
It was close. That is a successful attack for Grinnell. That was number 8, Knowlton, with the swing. Doing some work here to return some big attacks from Grinnell. And that block just tips in on the left side for Knowlton.
Right. Yeah, the Pella offense right now, again, kind of swinging to some interesting spots. Like, we keep swinging zone 6. We're hitting into blocks. I don't know if, like, back row players could talk to the front row just a little bit more. But we need some different options offensively.
And Grinnell will get the service point.
That was a great serve.
And that is coming in from number 9, Isabel Hart. The Tigers have a 13-12 lead. Grinnell does have a first-round bye. They're in the same bracket as North Scott. So Grinnell, in their tournament journey, we'll talk about in a second after this point, as Schulte pushes it over. And 50-50 ball at the net, won by the Dutch.
Good job by Sydney and Abby getting all over that ball. It was tight to the net. They had a great seal and push. Dutch point.
So Grinnell awaits the winner of North Polk and Mason City. This is a really strange geography bracket.
It is.
But you have to, I understand. That serve is out for Schulte. You have Central DeWitt and Mason City in the same bracket, technically. Central DeWitt is hosting Clinton,
right.
So that side of the state. So Clinton County battle there. They'll play North Scott out of Eldridge, which is in that same area where my wife's originally from.
Yeah, you kind of have the North Central, and then you have like the East
Far, the nose of Iowa.
Yeah.
And then North Polk, Mason City, and Grinnell. Of course, if the seeding holds it, we shouldn't be too much of a problem if Grinnell and North Scott go play each other. That's not too bad of a trip.
No, and I feel like North Polk was one of those teams that's probably right on the bubble of whether they should have gotten a bye or not.
And there's a successful swing up the middle for Pella. Who had that?
Abby.
That's what I thought. There was a couple hands there, and I was kind of looking at the bracket and trying to multitask, Katie. Volleyball, it's the hardest sport right now. I can do it for basketball and football. You certainly soccer, baseball, softball, but can't miss too much here with the quick action. Tied at 14 here in set 1. And make it a 15-14 lead for Grinnell as Mackenzie McClellan drops the hammer.
I think that might have gone off of Abby's head, that ball. Like it went down through the hands. Maybe she jumped high enough that it went off her head. I don't know.
Seeing a lot of cranial action here today.
I know.
Play with your head, but not play with your head.
Right, exactly.
Tied at 15. So the Tigers, a top 15 team in that 2-15 bracket. Grinnell's been floating around the rankings all year. The Womack, I mean, obviously not maybe as overall strength at the top as a Little Hawkeye, but there are some pretty good teams in the WAMAC.
Oh, there are for sure. I mean, we saw Mount Vernon firsthand, CCA. Solon's always a tough team.
Williamsburg's usually good at sports.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of really good teams in that area. As there's a service ace for Sage DeYoung. I almost said Sydney DeYoung. Sister Sydney sitting with mom as she's on the Tulip Court nomination list, and that will draw a timeout. Grinnell 16-15 Dutch. So in the current rankings, Grinnell is in 15th. They did just stay in, and North Polk is actually 14th. So that bracket got a little bit messy because of geography, I think.
It did, and that's why I said, like, North Polk, I feel, is one of those bubble teams because I think their record was even when it came out.
Yeah, they're 12-11 now, and Grinnell is currently 11-11 now.
Yeah, so I felt like between those two teams, I mean, tough decision of maybe who gets the bye and who doesn't.
And I imagine geography had to play a hand in that, in the sense of just where teams matched up. If Mason City, you know, it can be really tough, especially when you're on the bubble of the rankings anyway. You're not going to get as much credence, whereas Pella, who's been in the top 8 all year, gets a little bit more leeway.
Right.
16-15 as DeYoung gets us back in serving, and she gets the dig, but Pella cannot respond. Tied at 16. So we are on to our 4th matches of the day, and then we'll have another short break, and then Pella wraps up with Valley in the final day of the final game of the tournament. Good job by Ella off the block, getting that dig, giving Pella a chance there with Schulte, and Grinnell is in the net.
Yeah, I think part of it's just the vantage point of where we're at again, you know, when you get to sit at the end line, but you could see just the degree of where the balls are going. And we have these zones in volleyball, like zone 1 is the back right corner, and then you go up around the front. And typically you'll keep a defender in zone 6. They're able to read the seams in the blocks and just kind of see where a hitter's going. And Pella, which usually is very good at avoiding that zone 6, has just kind of hit right to that defensive player. So I think I can see it from my vantage point, but I wish maybe the girls could see it too, of how much those different angles really matter on the offense.
Well, we're tied at 17. That misses. And ruled as touched on that swing on the left side from number 4, Gosling.
I'm not sure who.
It had to be the up judge, I think, who made that call, I suppose.
Okay.
Or the near side.
Yeah.
There is a line judge back here, too. So it's 18-17 after the hitting error as well.
And that's a perfect example of going to that sideline, you know, not going to the defender in 6. Like, Pella has to keep hitting those shots. They have to turn those shoulders. They have to get the snaps to the right spot and make it a lot harder on Grinnell to defend right now.
Tied at 18 as Brooke Schulte. Off the block and in. Big swing on the left side again for Knowlton. Again, this is a Grinnell team that plays in a very tough WAMAC conference, so their record not maybe indicative of how solid they really are. And that is a timeout. Pella 19-18, so we're getting close here to the end of set 1. Kendra Knowlton, a sophomore, very strong on those couple of swings. 191 kills coming into today, 162 from Mackenzie McClelland as you go down the Grinnell roster. So their 2 big hitters have had a couple of kills so far. I mean, Emma had those 5 kills early. Katie's got a couple, Kelsey's got a couple, Abby's got a couple, but the rhythm that was there for the first 3 sets has not been there so far.
Yep, and throw in a missed serve here or there, which makes that momentum switch back over to the other side of the net. Pella just hasn't put enough together to control this match.
19-18. Grinnell has 2 points to nab Pella's first set loss of the day. Both teams are undefeated and looking for the tournament championship. Some momentum heading into the final week of the regular season. Just a week and a half away from the postseason. Left side attack for Shekel. Oh, that may have been going out, but
it was.
This time Katie
there you go.
Gets it deep and in. little more authority on that swing. So Grinnell defeated Holy Trinity in 2 sets, Knoxville in 2 sets, and West Des Moines Valley in 2 sets. So both teams so far have been unblemished, and it should be no surprise that we are knotted up in 19 all as Smock gets the serve. And that is, not sure.
I don't know that we touched that, but Pella reacted
as if they did.
Correct.
And so give the kill to Knowlton, and it is set point. Well, Pella will take that, and we're going to extras. Isabel Hart not able to get it over the net, and that could be a potential gut punch for Grinnell. I mean, you get the serve in, right? If Pella beats you with a big swing, so be it, but those ones can be real killers.
Yeah, I think maybe that's just some of the experience coming in, but you certainly don't want to miss that set point serve.
Left side, Ekoff has had the hot hand.
Great swing down the line. 2 Grinnell players had to scramble for it, not able to get that dig.
21-20. And now set point Dutch with their best all-around player at the service line is Shekel. We'll have to think about it after a Grinnell timeout. Video stream today is presented by Centerpoint Electric, where they're wired for excellence. Andrew Schneider and Katie Brand, as it has been a fun day so far of connecting with friends and talking in between matches and potluck meals. You're missing out if you're not here at the Pella Dutch Invitational.
You know, and I've noticed a lot of younger athletes here, some 7th and 8th grade volleyball players here watching too, which I think is outstanding. I mean, they're the future of Pella volleyball. So coming and watching and cheering on today, just I think makes for a bright future.
We got Tyson Barnes in the house from the football team. Of course, he's here for other reasons, but you know. Got Young Love in the bleachers across the way there, Katie. I don't roll your eyes at me.
I will.
Very middle schooly, huh?
Yep. I'm just, no comment. Can I say that?
Yeah, well, the camera really can't make it out, but if you're here, you know. 21-20 as Pella has a 1-point lead. Katie Shekel at the service line, 1 point away from going up 1-0 on Grinnell. Back to Sheck.
Tough serve.
Big swing, good dig by Brooke on the attack.
Great, go to Emma.
Emma Ekoff with an exclamation point. Her 7th kill of the set, and it's advantage Dutch, 22-20.
I mean, it was great to have Emma up in that front row at the end of that set, but so smart for Katie to know that she was there, that she has that hot hand. That's who you want to feed on set points. A good finish to, again, kind of a inconsistent set for the Dutch. Lots of good moments, but also some maybe not most aggressive offensive of where we need to go, and I certainly hope they clean it up a little bit because I don't think Grinnell's going anywhere. And
Knoxville, I believe right now is down in set 2, but won the first set, it looks like over there, 1-0. So the Panthers rallying after a tough start, although as of right now it appears we're not knocking Valley here. The 2 best teams in the tournament are playing here on court 1, at least today.
I haven't watched Valley today, but have seen them and know Coach Meixel for years and years.
Oh, they're good. We're not saying they're not.
Yeah, it's each day of volleyball. That's one thing I love about this sport. I know there's a lot of things about other sports, but I feel like in volleyball, you just never know who you're going to see across the net. I mean, one good server gets on a 6-point run, and
that can win a set.
It can. And I think momentum is so huge in this game, and it switches on a dime. That's one thing I love about it, and it's not timed.
Yeah.
So you're never fully out of it until that team wins by 2 at 25 or 21 if you're in tournament play, or more,
40 or whatever it is. Yeah,
and I think that's one of the beautiful things about the game, and I compare it to tennis a lot in that same way, where like you can have these marathon matches between 2 teams, and then the next time they play, somebody sweeps the other within 40 minutes.
Well, we have a very busy week coming up here as fall will feel like fall for the first time starting tomorrow, really all year. And Monday, the cross-country teams are in Newton for the Little Hawkeye Conference Championships. I'll get the pleasure of driving up Highway 14 again. That'll be nice to have that.
All the way, open and
I believe so.
Accessible.
And then from there, Tuesday, we have senior night here with Newton coming back. So I might as well just stay in Newton and then have someone drive me back, I suppose. But the Cardinals will come here for senior night starting early. 7 o'clock will be our opening serve. And so Katie and I will be on around 6:45 after the senior presentation, mainly so I get pictures for parents and all that stuff.
Yep.
And then we'll head Friday night to Bondurant-Farrar as the regular season then is over for Pella Volleyball. And then cross country is heading into state qualifying. Could be a district championship clinching win potentially for the Dutch if they're able to knock off the Blue Jays, who at 2-5 are the best 2-5 team in the entire state. They are phenomenal.
It's the last week of middle school sports next week too. So middle school has their cross country meet for conference on Monday. Pella 7th and 8th grade football have their last game on Tuesday. So it is sort of that regular season wrap up across the board.
The Marching Dutch are coming up on their final few performances. So they've already wrapped up their football schedule, but tonight they're at Valley Fest, and then 2 performances next Saturday, and then as that's dumped over on the 50-50 ball there for Kayla Lavender, and a quick 2-0 lead here for Grinnell.
Yeah, Grinnell came out serving super aggressive in set 2, and Pella has struggled to hang on to it.
After Shekel had the miss hit on the first attempt.
Again, out of system again for 3 points in a row.
Well, Grinnell feels like they've got some hitters. That's hard to be playing an out-of-system game. Right side attack for Isabel Hart. 3-0 Grinnell. Problem is, if you have a bad set, it's hard to shake it because they're quicker.
It is.
Back row attack for Schulte. Best swing Pella's had so far, but Grinnell's able to attack off of it, and it's going to go into the Knoxville bench area on the other court. 4-0 run here.
Yep, Grinnell, both with their serve and their swing right now, have been able to be in system and aggressive. Pella has had to scramble and not get a lot of aggressive swings yet. Hopefully we can stop this run.
Well, in a 21-point bonanza, as Shekel gets us at least the first step there,
great job.
It's so much harder. Those extra 4 points do matter at the end.
They do, and so now Pella will have to kind of, dig a self out of their hole, see if they can get a couple of points strung together and even this back up.
Now, Sheck for Pella's first serve of this second set. Good job responding off the block as Abby Brand gets it deep.
Yep, nice fast transition by Abby there, having to block from the right side, transition to middle, be able to come in for that quick one.
Oh. Stung her hand a little bit.
A little bit.
Hit it so hard.
No, that's her left hand, so I wonder
something else got hit there.
That came from.
Oh, there's a service ace.
Good.
Pella does have 4 aces in this set. They had a little bit higher numbers.
She got the block on the touch first. That's what the stinger was.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she was able to swing with her right hand, even though her left was feeling as if she had it shut in the door for a second. 4-3. So Pella has scored 3 points in a row after Grinnell opened this set with 4 in a row. Back to Sheck. Here on Pella Dutch Live. Tip over. Namiga chicken wings it over the net.
That's not our whistle. Oh, darn it.
And it's off the block and in.
Yeah, there, for a moment there, Pella thought our whistle had been blown, but I think it was from the other court.
That's where tournaments can get funky.
They can. It's hard with both courts going at the same time.
And especially since it was a weird play for Sydney. You think, well, was it called a lift? Or, it's Claire getting the dig here. 5-3.
Out of bounds. Emma's ball went right between that antenna and the block and touched the antenna.
6-3. So the Tigers are trying to overcome what was a difficult end to set 1. But that will help the Dutch. Had a couple of big serves where they can build some momentum. Both at the end of that first set and here.
Missed the opportunity.
And we talked about that a lot, especially when Pella was having that problem with DCG. It's easier said than done, but just getting the ball in mentally, even if it is right to a dig, at least you give yourself a chance to block it or dig it up on the other side. And that's out.
No. Our JV volleyball girls are, she's not even in the line. She's not even in a place where she can call that ball. Like, she needs to be on the corner. Someone needs to move her to the corner. Like, I mean, she can't.
Yeah.
She cannot see her sideline from there.
Well,
but that's the official. I mean,
that's the officials need to. There'll be a free ball here for the Dutch. In the meantime, dump attempt for Shekel. Tries to sell it. 50-50 ball. Ekoff is able to get that done. Emma Ekoff has 8 kills.
That block will be a solo block, so that'll be awesome. I mean, she lined up the whole way and just surrounded that ball. That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
We are tied at 6. Every bit as exciting and thrilling as the first set was so far has lived up to the billing. A different way to get there. Good job by Tigers on the double block, right side, stuffing Schulte.
And that's a ball that I feel like we need to be able to swing around. Like, we had plenty of time. The back row should be talking to the front row. We just need to take care of the ball.
Back to the service line is Reagan Stensrud. 7-6 Grinnell leads. Now they'll have a chance to add to it. And a double hit called on the Tigers.
Okay, I'm pretty sure they're going to come move our line judge to her corner. Yep. Good job, JV girls.
At least she's a step closer.
She's closer.
Mr. Grotenheis is trying her best.
Yep.
Off the Pella block on the left side attack for the Tigers. They'll try again. This time get it deep in the hole for Heemstra, who covered some ground to get there.
She did. She really moved. She read that blocker, or that swing well, went outside our block. That was a good chase by Ella.
It gets tipped over the net by Tauki.
Well, and this is that time where, you know, you don't have the libero in, so you have somebody different back there that you just have to communicate who's covering those deep balls in the corner.
8-7. Dutch now back on top after Sage DeYoung now gets the serve and a dig for a treble. And teams recognize it, right? They went right to her. I mean, and she's not a bad player back there, but
it's just, it's not the libero.
Yep.
And that's what you take advantage of if you are a strategic team. Like you just say, like, this person is not normally there, so let's see if we can cause some chaos.
And they hit it to her twice. First time Sage responded. Second time she didn't. I did that at lunch too, and I felt terrible. So once I start, it's hard to get me stopped on the whole sibling thing. And I had a sibling close my age, so I understand it. That's off the mark for Grinnell. Pella up 9-8. Doesn't it feel like, Katie, this is going to be a more than 2-point victory?
Yeah, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But I think either team can create that separation. It's certainly there for Pella for the taking, but they just have to play a little bit cleaner than they are right now.
And that's just straight into the net.
Or someone's going to have to make a bunch of errors.
Yep, Kendra Knowlton not able to get it over the tape, 10-8.
You know, she's a really dynamic player. I remember watching her when she was in 8th grade. I think I was watching the middle school girls play, and you just watched her and you knew she was going to have some dynamic years ahead of her.
Ekoff trying to be aggressive there, but misses the sideline.
And I do think Pella has to make some choices about when that serve goes really aggressive and when we just need to maybe get it in and let our defense protect the court a little bit. We seem to go for aces a lot.
Well, that whistle caught Grinnell there. A couple of them just stood around after the whistle.
Yep.
And that's blocked out, so a kill for Schulte.
So are we saying that Bob Fessler on the other court is being very assertive with his whistling?
Yes.
Is that what the conclusion we can make?
Blame Bob Fessler, is that what you're saying? 11-9, Dutch lead after the serve here by Brooke Schulte.
Another double contact by the setter. And the Grinnell setter is having to really move quite a bit. And what's happening is she's chasing down the ball, turning her body mid-air, trying to get it to the outside. And when that happens, her hands are getting unbalanced and the ball is starting to spin. Brooke
Schulte, to borrow a softball term from her teammates Emma and Sage, brought the changeup out and it dunked in front. 13-9, service ace Schulte. On the other court, it's tied at 16. Knoxville is now 5 points away, or win by 2 from their second win of the day. Really doing a nice job turning things around after a tough start.
Okay, they're talking to each other. I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
the officials have their headsets on, so they're able to communicate back and forth. So I think what they're talking about right now is those double contact calls, and this is something that the college game went away from. Like, you can no longer call a double contact on a second contact, but the high school game has not. But the officials, I feel like, have been really...
there was a point of emphasis from the national high school to really make it has to be fairly egregious to be called.
Right, and so I think they've backed off on that quite a bit. They're not going to call that super tight, but if they really feel like that ball has been mishandled with the two, they're still going to call it, because that is still the rule in high school volleyball.
Block goes out, point Grinnell. Swing on the left side.
Credit to the Grinnell outsides. They have used our block probably 4 or 5 times in this set. It's gone off either direction. So if they're doing that strategically, it's working. Pella could make some adjustments maybe.
And total miscommunication there on the dig attempt, and a free point and an ace for number 9, Isabel Hart. 13-11, so Grinnell on the other side of the timeout has been able to take advantage so far. Not a lot of communication here happening for the Dutch. It's off the block and out, so it is a kill for Shekel, but both of those there, neither Claire or Katie took charge there, and they almost bumped into each other.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication on the Dutch side. I think, again, just that talk. Like, it's not going to be a bad thing to talk, ever. Like, it can really get into trouble if you don't talk, but it's never going to be bad if you do. So they need to keep talking to each other, make sure they're covering the floor cohesively.
Called a solo block there for Sydney Namiga, 15-11 Dutch. Claire Smock gets it to the back row on the service attempt. Big swing on the right side for Kendra Knowlton. Her 4th successful kill of the afternoon in this matchup so far, 15-12. If Pella hangs on here and wins this second set, or if they win the third set, they will be their home tournament champions. And that was not an easy title to earn with some of the teams coming in today. Well, it's not the Indianolas of the world that are here. It's still a pretty good crop, but even the unranked teams, Knoxville and Washington, have given it a pretty good, solid go.
Yep, and you get to still see a lot of, you know, what are your teams doing for adjustments? How are they coming from behind? What are your servers doing in those pressure moments?
Yeah, it's not a situation either where it's the gimme 21-8-7.
No.
Yeah, you're having to play through some stuff, and Pella, if they go to 4-0, has not come easy. There's another solo block for Namiga, her second.
Oh, that's a huge one for Sydney. That was great positioning, turned inside, has made that adjustment of being used maybe a time or two. That was a super solid block. 2
solo blocks here for Namiga, makes it 17-12 Dutch. They're in the driver's seat. They're now going to try and rip them out of it. And point Grinnell.
Yeah, good effort by Sydney going to the floor there. That went off the top of the block, and she gave it a full effort.
I believe they are they going to 3 over there? So Holy Trinity takes it, and so they'll play to best of 15. Winner by 2. 17-13 Dutch here. Namiga gets a swing. Back row attack. Good one there. Claire able to dig it up. And Emma Ekoff.
Big swing.
Nice response. Tipped. Blocked by the Dutch. Claire Smock was looking for somebody to come up, and Shekel said, okay, I'll go.
Yep, that is a designed play. When Katie takes that first ball, we love to let her swing. I mean, it's fun even to have her back row attack. That set was right on the 10-foot line. Maybe made a couple people nervous of who was taking it, but Sheck was able to let it spin off the top of the net and down.
And Ella a little low on the net there. 18-14. Dutch are 3 points away from clinching a tournament title.
And again, in my mind, that's another moment where, like, you have your front row completely ready to go. Like, get that ball in, let your front row play defense, don't go for the ace. Like, you're at the end of the set, like, gotta make serves.
Good dig by Ella.
Great dig. Ooh, another great dig. Look at the defense happening by these teams.
And Abby Brand tucks it in on the back line.
Oh, that's tough for Grinnell. I mean, to dig up these amazing swings.
Off the ceiling.
And then it just find that back corner. think timeout, Grinnell.
The coach saying go to your position groups.
Okay.
So an unhappy Tigers head coach.
A little bit, and I know that's discouraging when your team makes an awesome play and then it's just not enough.
19-14.
But I think Grinnell will have several things to take away from this match, and energy and the way they've used blocks, the way that they've been able to get some good digs, and then find some moments too where they need to fine tune a little bit more. Some of those key missed serves.
No doubt North Scott or North Polk will be tough in that region, but Grinnell, they look like a team that could sneak their way up to Coralville and feel pretty good about it.
They're gritty. I really feel like they bring some good offense. I think they rally. Their bench is very into it. I mean, I feel like it's a real team approach, and that's the way you want volleyball to feel.
19-14. At the service line, it'll be Sage DeYoung, and she looks back at Rich Schulte, who's trying to watch Cam over at Co. They're at halftime there. A lot of nervous energy, I'm sure, for Rich. Sage almost gets the ace. Big swing from Emma.
And who's going to take that one? Again, I think they thought the whistle was theirs.
Oh, Tauke.
Both of them did. Both sides did.
Someone tell Bob to lay off over there.
Well, I actually wonder if I doubt it be the down ref, but it feels closer than that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm in jest to my good buddy Bob.
Both sides reacted to that one.
Well, tournament championship point here for the Dutch. And it's off the block and stuff with Tauke and Ekoff.
Another lovely finish. We've had some really good match points.
Really good second sets in particular for Pella today, where Katie, they've had maybe that slow start, even in sets. And that first set, you look at their score, hasn't been as pretty.
Right.
It's really been that second set, and it's good to see that. And we've seen that all year. Like, I go back to Ella, right? She has that serve that goes center of the net. It would be easy for her to get down on herself, and the next play makes a really good dig.
She does. She absolutely pursues that. And I do think that's a credit to this team. They don't get very rattled. They don't make, they turn one error into 3 errors and 4 errors. They are able to lift each other back up, support each other, and get that next point. So, yeah, credit to the girls. They played hard today.
Tried to do some adding of where we are, but Pella does, perhaps most importantly, outside of the fun, of course, they will have now officially clinched, but now you want to be undefeated. Now you want to beat Valley and finish strong.
Absolutely. Plus, if you can take off a 5A opponent, I don't care who it is, that feels good when you're the 4A school.
So we will have another break. Is it an officials break or just a match on the court?
It's a match off.
So
we will be off. Our court will be Valley versus Knoxville. So they'll have to wait till this match is done.
Of course, so Knoxville.
Valley will play 2 in a row.
They're in a tight one over here with Holy Trinity. So get our Valley stats up here, and should be a fun day. We'll get to celebrate with the girls briefly after, and then you'll go try to take a nap, and you and Abby will get ready for Valley Fest.
Yeah, we've got my dad's here watching this weekend. So we figured why not come the day when you can do volleyball and band all in one fell swoop.
Well, we'll step aside and take a break. We'll try to tabulate some stats here for you folks. And again, we'll have commentary only on the Pella match to wrap things up versus Valley. But do know that the other match is being streamed right now, the North Court stream on Pella Dutch Live. Right now, it's a good one, 5-4, Holy Trinity, Knoxville serving. And so the Panthers trying to knock off a ranked 1A team. And then when we come back, we will have Pella versus Valley to end what has been a fun day here at Pella High School, the Dutch Volleyball Invitational here on Pella Dutch Live. And we welcome you to the tail end of a long day here, a fun day here at the Pella High School Volleyball Invitational. Andrew Schneider and Katie Brand getting you set for our final match of the day. The Dutch have already locked up the tournament championship. They are 4-0 on this very, very busy Saturday. They are set to take on West Des Moines Valley as we get you set here for opening action. The Tigers have had kind of an up and down day here so far. We're able to cruise by Knoxville in the previous match, and we look here at the overall records of these teams. So Pella's 4-0. Even if they were to lose, Grinnell at 4-1, the head-to-head tiebreaker goes to Pella. Holy Trinity is 1-3. They are set to play, I believe, Washington to wrap up the day here as well. Washington is 0-4, looking for their first win. West Des Moines Valley right now 2-2. They'd love to come away with a winning day. Of course, Pella would love to go home undefeated heading into senior night on Tuesday. So that gets us caught up here on the action. Pella right now will win the tournament. Grinnell will finish in second, and then from there to be determined what happens with Holy Trinity and Valley in terms of placement 3 through 6. Washington will finish 6th, though 3 through 5th, I should say. And all in all, Katie, it's been a pretty solid day for Pella. We've had some comers and goers, so to speak, with the band and other things going on, but right now the Dutch feel pretty good about where they're at, taking care of business for the most part. But after getting so far, what did Jay McKinstry say? You got so far just to get this far on the interview this week. You want to seal the deal. Absolutely, and I think that would be a good finish to the day. I think if the Dutch drop this one, they'll feel a little unsettled. But you got to play. So one more opportunity here to get better, to learn, to play cohesively as a team, and capitalize on it. So a fresh 3 minutes has ended. They're still warming up on the other court, but Pella Dutch set here as they have crossed the 40 match threshold here today. Wow. This season, it's been a very busy year so far for. I know of seasons we had that we played maybe 33 matches total. I mean, this is, and you look across when those pairings came out, I was looking at records, and so was our staff. You know, there are some teams that have played 20 total, and we're double that. So I think that experience is really good. I'm glad the season has slowed down just a little bit. The pace early on felt very, very fast for the girls. Opening serve will go into the net. Valley is coming in ranked 12th in Class 5A, 9-14 coming into the day. So it may have actually gotten a little lower there, but the fact is that Valley, they play that really tough CIML schedule. They do, and when you look at the 5A teams, I mean, a lot of them have losing records, and part of that's because they all kind of beat up on each other. They play each other the whole time. They play those huge CIML schools, and you can still have a really, really good team with maybe not the best of records in that 5A group. So tied at 1 after Abby Brand knocks it down the middle, but 2 serves in a row that have not been close to getting over the net for both Katie Shekel and now Ella Heemstra. Yep, and those just can't happen. They cannot happen as you come into a match, missing the first serve, following it up with another miss. Like, again, 40 matches in. You should be tougher than that. So we need to turn that around, Dutch, right away. A little bit of miscommunication between the 2 setters, but able to get it done is Emma Ekoff. So we did have some stats tabulated coming into the match so far. Brooke Schulte had 13 kills today. Katie Shekel with 22. Okay. Kelsey Tauke 11. Nice. And Emma Ekoff 18, Abby Brand 17. So that signature balance has been on display again today. Tied at 2 here in our opening set. And a nice attack on the left side. That was number 9, Thea Raradon from Valley. Their first successful attempt. Pella had 2 service errors to get to the first 2 points. So on our other court, it's still on Pella Dutch Live. It'll be the Washington Demons and Holy Trinity Crusaders to end the day. Washington came into this, you know, big underdogs coming out of the Southeast Iowa. They've played really well today. They haven't won, but it hasn't been 21-10 kind of sets. They've been in everything. They have pushed every set kind of to, you know, that close division. And I would say there have been very few games today that have felt like that easy match. I think everybody has competed well. Well, that will encourage these groups to come back next year, right? If you have that good competition, especially right before the playoffs. And it's good to see this tournament full again. Last year we had a little bit lighter. We didn't have as many teams. So it's great to have it back to a full 6. Tied at 3. Emma Ekoff up to 2 kills. Couple of bumps here. We'll have to give Valley a free ball.
The ball control looks a little sloppy right now. Ooh, that was a great dig.
Claire Smock, and she tried her darndest to finish that point.
Yep, double contact on Emma. Pushed that ball. Again, that separation of the hands. When the hands do not release even on that ball, you can see it. I mean, you can just tell it's not a clean contact.
4-3, Valley lead. So 3 Pella errors have led to 4 of Valley's points so far. Only 1 successful swing. Ooh, and nice job on the overpass. It turns into a point for Valley. That was their libero in the back row, Mila Rude. Just hit so hard off the velocity from the serve and then into the Pella players who were just a little short on it. 5-3 Tigers.
And if our roster's right, we've got some freshmen. There's some young players here in Valley's group.
Dump attempt, successful.
Yeah.
So yeah, Valley ranked 12th. Peruse their stat sheet here. It's been a very busy day, but a couple of solid players. Thaya Raradon, who we've mentioned, their 1 kill so far, 144 on the season. Until that dump attempt, of course, was made by Kaylin Wieland. And that was an error by Valley, 6-4. They lead the Dutch as we get to Brooke Schulte.
Well, and Kaylin Wieland, her mom is one of the assistant coaches, comes from a strong volleyball background. You're going to see a lot of good court control by her. She puts her hitters in a good position and is able to just kind of bring that experience as a junior to the court.
Brooklyn Brown with the successful left side attack. Largest lead so far for Valley, 7-4. Sydney Namiga gets it though and tucks it in behind the back line. So Pella, of their 5 points, 4 have been successful attacks so far. It's just been getting to those hitters the challenge so far in this set.
So here, Valley's going to utilize kind of the same thing that Pella does. They're going to have this front row setter for the serve-receive rotation.
A deep push is right on the line. You'll take them as you can get them, as number 5, Abby Houston, able to come up with that one. So 5 different kills so far for Valley in their 8 points. 8-5, they lead here in set 1 of our Pella tournament finale on Pella Dutch Live. Andrew Schneider and Katie Brand on a gorgeous Saturday in South Central Iowa. And that is through the block for Shekel on the left side. Her first successful swing of this set. Back to Sheck now at the service line.
Yeah, around again 6-8, so not a lot of like multi-point serving rotations.
And then that's deep and on the line. Point will go to Valley. So far it's been Valley kind of trying to move this Pella defense around. There's been a lot of tight shots in the back. All of them haven't been big swings, but they're placing it in spots where Pella's not been able to respond. And there's a service ace.
Yeah, Pella seems a little unfocused with kind of starting with those missed serves and maybe balls coming off. I think a timeout here is a great idea to maybe settle and bring them back together.
Well, it is a long day, and of course the excitement of winning the tournament championship, that's already been clinched. So, you know, there's those little mental things, and of course Valley just got done playing, and you see that in tournaments. We've had a couple of almost awkward breaks. I don't mean them in a negative way, but it's just you don't get that rhythm or feel.
You don't. I mean, I think finishing the day with a break and one more, yeah, it's hard. I think this schedule in particular is hard. I know it's our home tournament, and we could probably switch it up if we wanted to, but it's hard to go mentally on, off all day. So this is a good test for the Dutch, and I think they've come back on teams like this, and I hope they have some grittiness and some drive here to make it happen. Well,
especially when you look at just, yeah, as you mentioned, the resume, but in terms of the schedule, it's been a lot of 2-set matches early in the morning. Those were pretty quick too, as Ekoff gets it through the block. Valley able to dig it up though, and now Pella's block responding. Looking for Ekoff again. She gets it deep in the back row, but waiting there was Houston.
And double contact?
Yes.
Double contact on that take over the net.
Well, and some argument happening here with the...
Oh, I think he's talking to his player more than he's talking to the official.
All right, well, I saw the official looking at the coach. I was like,
nope.
Are we getting spicy here at the end of the day? And the answer is no.
No, not Mikesell.
Valley continues on that right side. 11-7 in favor of the Tigers from West Des Moines. Of course, you will get to go to the home of the Tigers if you want to go watch the Marching Dutch tonight at Valley Fest. And Brand able to tuck it in past the block up the middle.
Yeah, that
Dutch
went off the top of the blocker's hands and just kind of hit the middle of the court.
And now to Sage DeYoung.
Yep, this would be a great spot to maybe put 2 3-point run together, try to even this up. Good set.
And that's long.
Yeah, that was close. That was a good swing.
11-9, Valley leading here in set 1 of the Pella Tournament finale. It's gone through different iterations over the years, now round robin style. Solo block attempt there on the attack.
Yeah, just about 6 inches out of bounds.
Raridon gets her 3rd kill out of it. (12-9) as it ricochets off of Ekoff, and we're back to the service line here for the Tigers. And that is in past the back row for Pella for Mila Rude. 13-9. Pella's trailed a couple of times today, but not by this margin.
Right.
It hasn't looked, they've had their moments, but have not looked this out of sorts. Credit Valley, they're playing very well.
They are. There's a good swing. Emma has really come through multiple times today. I feel like she's very hungry for the ball. And every time I say this, she goes to the back row. But I think you keep feeding that. I think you, Pella could use some offense.
And service too long. By the way, Co and Central, I know we have interested parties here, is going to overtime after the Co-Hawks miss a field goal as time expired.
Oh, so they had a chance.
OT.
Go Dutch.
In Cedar Rapids. 14-10 our score here. Left side for Shekel into the block. Combining on that was Brooklyn Brown and Kaylin Whelan. 15-10 Valley. And if nothing else, Katie Pella is going to want to get some momentum going into the second set if they're still down, barring a pretty big run here.
Back row attack.
Nicely deflected there by Tauki, and now on the response, has it blocked back. Brown was ready for it. A solo block, her second block of the set. 16-10 Valley. So the Tigers wanting to go home with a win. Serve off the net. Tauki gets it through.
Yep, going right back to Tauki, which is good. I mean, got blocked the point before, but she's ready and more than capable of finding that floor. It was a good hard swing to go off the top of the block and fall back into the middle of the court.
And now to Brooke Schulte.
And nice ace.
Well, and Pella could use, if they're going to have success and turn this around, they're going to need a 3 or 4 point run soon, and this may be the time for it.
Right.
Especially when you're getting to 21. The ceiling is a little bit lower for those who are watching on the tournament versus your best of 5 and get to 25.
You know, it's amazing how different those 4 points feel in a match like this.
Nice left-handed, or left side attack, I should say, for the right-hander, Kaylin Whelan. Attack this went deep to the corner, and no chance for Pella's defense to respond. Valley building momentum at a 17-12 lead. Back to Raridon for the serve attempt. Shekel off the bump set from Smock. Nearly gets into that basketball hoop territory. Block for Pella.
Nice job. Good double block by Kelsey and Sydney. Kind of had to wait for that. That outside was a nice high ball. Had to wait. Good timing and good finish.
to Claire Smock, who's had some long service runs this season. As I say that, can't clear the net.
No.
Well, you look at the score, 18-13, and by my count, that's the third time Pella has hit it square in the center of the net on a serve.
It is. And so this deficit, like, we've created kind of ourselves, and it gave Valley some momentum to be able to attack and feel like they could play with us. So we're going to need to change that narrative around here. Like, I don't know if it's going to happen in set 1, but it certainly needs to happen in set 2.
18-14, Valley leading by 4 after Katie Shekel hits it off of the Valley block, and now Sheck is at the service line. She'll get it in, which is easier said than done. Dump attempt here.
Good read by Claire. Way to pick that up.
And Sydney mishits it. 19-14.
I can't imagine Pella has too positive of a hitting efficiency right now. Like, just keeping the ball in play, taking care of it. We've had a lot of errors.
So Pella played their first match, started 7 hours ago, and that, not giving excuses to Pella. You still got to play. Valley's playing very well, but it is pretty clear that the Dutch look a little bit out of sorts as the bump over nearly goes out. Valley had to play it. Off the block and in. Number 4, Bryn Kabula, able to knock that in, and it's a set point, Valley. And a service ace by number 10, Whelan.
Right, time for the Pella Dutch to regroup a little bit.
14-21 for the Pella favored score, as Valley will claim the first set. So let's see what looks like. Coach White right now doing a lot of the talking. And Coach Allman, I know, is trusting of a staff that's been kind of pieced together, some from the previous couple of administrations. Coach White, who of course was the head coach at PC for a little bit. I mean, there's been so much that had to be built. It's in a lot of ways good that you've played 40 matches, because everyone's getting to know each other. Even when I talked to Joel a couple weeks ago, it was like, yeah, you know, I know these kids, but now we're allowed to, now I'm knowing, okay, this is how they react to a certain serve.
Yes.
When I look at Claire Smock for a timeout and kind of read the room, whereas in the first couple weeks, he probably didn't have that.
Oh, it takes a long time, and again, like among your coaching staff, like, it takes a while till you form that trust where you're like, okay, I need another voice to come in at this point and say something. Could be the exact same thing that he's saying and thinking, but it just comes in a different message.
The messenger is different, yep.
And that's what's great about this staff. I think the girls definitely, like, they each have their own ways that they receive coaching, that they want coaching, that they're able to take something and hear it. And they've had a lot of experience at that. I do think Coach Allman has done a really good job of learning his team and his players, especially like his setters, his leaders on the court.
We're getting a players-only talk here, and Sydney Namiga was leading a lot of the discussion, and then kind of following it up with more of the maybe lightheartedness of a Brooke Schulte to kind of close it out before we get back on the floor.
Well, they've just got to believe in each other and hold each other to a little bit higher standard here, and that's hard to do because you want to keep in that positive, supportive mind frame, but they also know that they can play a lot better than that. And what's it going to take to turn it around? Especially when
of the 21 points Valley had, at least a third of them had to be a self-inflicted serve or miss hit. It wasn't a matter where you credit Valley because they ultimately beat you. They played neck and neck, but a lot of self-inflicted wounds there for the Dutch.
Yes.
This serve will go straight to Claire Smock, and there's no one there.
No one over there. So a miscommunication there on the serve-receive play.
Kaylin Whelan will get to serve again. She aced us to the end of the first set, 21-14, and now it's Valley on the board first, and that's wide of the mark.
Yep, even that score up, and now kind of reset and go.
See if Katie Shekel, who's had her fair share of long service runs this year, can piece something together to give Pella some positive energy. A lot of hands on hips, some frustrated looks here, looking across the way.
Yep.
Not that I'm a lip reader or body image reader, but clearly the girls are, it tucks into the back line, just touches the white for Katie Shekel. Valley thought that was going out, then just a little bit of topspin knocked it down. 2-1. Back set for Valley off the Pella block. Brandon Ekoff able to knock it around. Then Abby tries to swing it back over. That's deep. And it goes off of the Pella block. And that's a point for Valley. Tied at 2.
And again, those are aggressive plays. Like, those aren't errors. Those are just good volleyball happening. So Pella should still be feeling pretty confident here at this point.
Ooh.
That was a
Claire able to save the points.
Good serve. There.
And then stuffed by Brand.
That helps. Those kinds of blocks are just huge for momentum.
A solo block for Brand. 3-2, Dutch up, and now Ella Heemstra set to serve for the pink and white here. Pella wearing their breast cancer awareness gear, as they have throughout much of October. And then Valley wide of the mark.
All right, a 2-point run. 2 points.
Felt like a little bit.
Keep it going. And that's just all it takes, is just that quick switch.
Left side and long again.
Yep.
Valley trying to sell. There was touch there, but not really a lot of arms or fingers in the area for Pella defensively. They open a 3-point lead.
That's a good aggressive serve by Ella.
It gets a back row attack, and Valley on their back foot here. 6-2. So how quickly the tide can turn.
I feel like we talked about that.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we did. We did talk about that.
This will be the best attempt they've had so far. Shekel at least gives a chance for Ella. Ooh.
Yep.
And she's all right. She took a,
Yes.
I think it was her shoulder that hit the wall.
Slide right into the wall.
Thankfully not her head.
Right,
You don't want anything, but
no,
yeah.
No, it's going to be important for Pella to try to get the ball back within 1 or 2 points here. Like, don't let Valley creep back in. Don't let them even the score.
Claire Smock.
Keep that energy.
Tipped over by Schulte.
Good dig.
Back set for Ekoff.
And another good dig.
Yeah, both liberos.
Double.
7-3 Dutch in set 2, down 1-0 overall. Hope you're having, if you're watching along, a fantastic start to your weekend. Iowa Hawkeyes, I know, won big earlier today against Washington. Just missing on the serve attempt there for DeYoung.
And that's going to be frustrating for coach and for the team, and I'm sure for Sage too. But like, that's just not what you need when you're trying to keep the momentum and keep the energy. You want to put that in.
7-4. Number 11 Cyclones are in Morgantown tonight.
Nice swing.
Ekoff right through the block. Gets it to go. 8-4 Dutch.
Yeah, I know sometimes up here, and it's so easy to watch and to see, and we know that these girls are giving it their all. There's just some athletic, mental toughness.
There's an ace for Emma Ekoff. She's had a handful of those. I think that's her 5th of the day.
Yeah, that just like, can you come through in the moment? Can you be that consistent presence? And I feel on this Pella team, the girls have all done that at different times throughout the season.
Oh, there's another ace for Emma Ekoff. She'll rack those up as it hits off the tape and in. 10-4. And that has been the difference this year in a lot of ways than in a long time. Really,
yep.
Since the last state tournament teams, is we'd have these one sets these last couple of years where we get down like a 21-14,
yep.
and then that bad mojo would not just carry over to the next set, Katie, it would carry over in multiple matches on tournaments. Yep. The DCG match to begin the year in conference at home, I mean, other Pella teams in the past probably lose that, in the sense of there were some gutty mental points that need to be, especially after losing that 31-29 set or whatever it was.
Yep.
That's what has been the difference of this team. But remember, it's also all seniors and juniors, so there's that maturity. Those girls have those scars from those previous matches that I think they've healed and built on. And win or lose here, it's been a nice start to see them flip the script here, 10-4, give themselves a great chance to go to a third set.
And I think as you move into some of those elite teams and programs, she just foot faulted. Darn it.
They don't call those a ton in high school. That has to be pretty obvious.
She's had a couple that have been very close, so he's been watching for it, and that one definitely was. I mean, we're 80 feet away, and you could see it. I was just saying, like, as you get to those elite level programs, that mental toughness, that consistency, that coming through, like, you just don't get those lapses. And I think for Pella to get to that elite status, you're going to need to clean some of that up, like the foot faults, the missed serves, those kinds of things.
Schulte and Tauke get the dual block there, 11-5 Dutch. And we go back to Brooke Schulte on the back row.
Yep, Sydney's come in. She's had a couple good moments in this match. Let's see if she can keep that rolling. That was a tough serve.
And Tauke will get the overpass and slam it home. Her second kill of this match. 12-5 Dutch. And now if you're Pella, pedal to the metal, get Valley really down on themselves going into that third set.
Do not let up.
The Tigers played very effectively and took advantage of several Pella errors and miscues. And a dump attempt there for Kaylin Whelan. It's her second she's had so far.
Yeah, she's pretty aggressive as a setter. I think you have to really keep that. And again, I'd say similar to she's front row. Is she going to be a hitter? Is she going to be a setter? What's she going to do?
12-6, Dutch lead the Tigers. This is our final match of the Pella Invitational. Thank you for spending some time with us if you are this afternoon. And Naminga's shot is too long, 12-7, a couple on a row here for Valley. So Pella will reset here with 4 in the back row. Serving for Valley, it's Jackie Spann, a senior DS. She gets it to Schulte. Bump set for Claire Smock. Long attack, attempted. And that hits
just out of bounds.
Just out of bounds. Nearly hit the antenna.
Yeah, Whelan was able to save it, but the momentum of the ball was already carrying too far across her body to go out of bounds.
13-7 to Claire Smock at the line. Valley, ooh, big swing there on the left side. Line judge went to reach for it after it ricocheted off of Claire Smock. Big swing on the left side there for Valley. 13-8, Dutch have a 5-point lead. If they can get to 21 before Valley gets to 20, then we'll play a third set to end our Pella volleyball experience here today. Brooke Schulte, good read on that long attempt, and a tip over for Shekel. Her fourth kill.
Assist by Brand.
Yes.
That doesn't happen very often from your middle.
I was about to say, I have a picture, I think, of an assist Brand, or may have been an assist at Oskaloosa.
It was.
14-8, Dutch have a 6-point lead, so in a fairly comfortable spot. Yep. Trying to force the best of 3. Sheck back at the service line. Right side attack and stuffed by Ekoff.
Great block.
So both Tauke and Ekoff with some solo blocks that they've had here so far in this match. 15-8. Back to Sheck.
Tough pass.
And a good recovery there. Left side attack for Ryan Connolly, the freshman. Did a really good job of being patient with watching that develop.
That was a very aggressive down ball, well placed, back line, but not right to zone 6, kind of between zones 1 and 6. And the defender kind of chose the wrong direction. So that was a tough spot.
15-9. Dutch have a 6-point lead on Valley here in set 2. Down 1-0 overall, and Emma Ekoff puts a little mustard on that.
Yeah, good, hard, aggressive swing.
Back set for Smock, and then right into the block for Ekoff.
I'm not sure that one cleared the net.
Yeah, it was either way.
Turned.
Even if she did, that number 15 Connolly was right there waiting.
Yep.
So we'll just call that a hitting error, 15-10. But either way, Valley in position to get this back to a little bit more of a game here.
Good pass by Claire.
Back row for Brooke Schulte. Goes back to the Valley deep 3. Dump attempts.
Time.
As the student section would say, sneaky beaver, right?
Yeah, that was so well placed. I mean, she's been passing forward, back row, all of her different options, and then decides to switch it up with her own offense.
Back to Heemstra at the service line. Libero Rude digs it up. Oh, good attack.
Great hustle. Keep it alive. Oh,
and just out. And Claire almost ran under the net, which would have ended the point anyway.
It would have, but she did a great job keeping herself.
Put the brakes on.
Yeah.
And now we're back to Mila Rude, the freshman. Again, a very young Valley team all over the place here.
They really are. They've got some bright up-and-coming players here.
If we see them a year from now, see a lot of familiar faces. Off the block for Brooklyn Brown. Her second block solo here, 16-12, and Valley creeping up here.
A little bit. Hopefully the Dutch can stop this one, or I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a timeout, something to stop the momentum.
Back to Rude at the line. Oh, and not sure where Brooke thought that was going, but it went right by her and about 5 feet in either corner, and we'll get a timeout here from head coach Joel Allman.
Right now, he's just
he's
talking. He sat back down.
I thought I saw that with the hands.
No.
So it is an ace, by the way, the second for Rude.
She went right back to that same spot.
Why not?
Good job, Brooke. Way to get there.
And then Brooke will end up with a successful attack.
Okay. Good job. Good response by Brooke there.
First kill for Brooke Schulte of this set.
Okay.
Or this match, actually.
Okay.
17-13. Pella could use it. We're back to Sage DeYoung. Saw the 8 posters on the wall in preparation for Tuesday. Sage, one of 8 seniors. We've had a tumultuous time. Not what Valley was intending maybe to do, but lucked into there. A tip for Brown. She had a big smile after that rolled off her fingers and in 17-14. This group of seniors has gone through a lot of ups and downs with coaches and where the program has been, and maybe finally settling in and setting a nice new horizon for the future of Pella volleyball. Schulte with a big swing, well dug up by the Tigers. It's a free ball. Back set looking for Schulte again, and it's blocked. 50-50 ball at the net.
Both
Ekoff.
Teams playing some really good defense here.
Off the block. Heemstra able to get there. And then rolled off the arm of Schulte. Back row attack is long.
Okay, no touch.
18-14.
Wow, both sides really playing some good hustle defense. Setters going all over the place to put their hitters up. So
Valley, as we mentioned, has been creeping into this. They want to finish this. They want to score the next 7, and Emma gives them a little bit of the door cracking open. Just sailed that too long. 18-15.
Yep.
As we said, better than in the net, but that time it was too obviously out.
Well, and again, it's the end of the set. I mean, it's the kind of that critical time where
Tauki.
The airs feel amplified. Like they're not. I mean, an air at point 1 is the same kind of air that happens at point 18, but at the end of the set, it just feels so much more impactful to the outcome.
Brooke Schulte in the back row, 2 points away from getting us to set 3. Barring a big run here for Valley.
Good defense, Claire.
Back row attack for Schulte is...
Great spot.
Oh, nice job by Valley. Just getting to that. Kind of the pinball wizard, but then Shekel with authority gets her 5th kill. 20-15 of this match. She approaches 30 on the day. And so it is set point Dutch to make us go to the best of 15. A change up. Valley was ready for it, but Pella able to push it over. Nice dig up there by Emma Ekoff. And the dump attempt worked again. Of Whelan's 4 kills, 3 so far have come from her setter spot. 20-16, so Valley will need to get 5 serves in a row to
avoid the set point.
There's Claire Smock. Deep there for Shekel, and just had to tip it over.
That was so smart because the middle blocker had gotten pulled, so then she was one-on-one, and that was a good finish. Maybe not as an exclamation point like we've had some other ones, but it's still a good, solid finish to that one.
21-16 as these teams have traded some sets here.
Well, that was a good response by the Dutch. I think that first set kind of took everybody off guard a little bit, and they settled in. There's still some cleaning up to do.
And a coin toss.
Still points to be had by Pella, especially in the serving category.
Pella has won the toss, and I think they've elected to serve. Is that how it works?
Yep, usually. Sometimes you pick side, but
Yeah. Well, yeah. And ever since we've stopped the rule where you have to switch sides anymore, it doesn't seem to matter as much anymore. In fact, teams are now used to often playing on the same side. Pella only played on the near side once today. Otherwise, they were on the far side of the court from where we are, high atop the Crow's Nest here at Pella High School. So we are tied at 1 set here. If Pella wins, they'll go undefeated on the day. They have already clinched their own home tournament trophy. As Coach Allman now leading the final message here in the charge, trying to get Pella another win and get them set up for senior night. Pella volleyball team, of course, is over 40 matches on the year. It's been a very busy year so far. And they're hoping to get to 49, which would put them at the state championship. Pella has won 4 in a row all today, 35-7 now overall, 83% win percentage, having played close to the most matches of any team in the entire state.
Yeah, they have definitely battled with some really good teams throughout the season. Have stuck mostly with this lineup. There really haven't been any lineup changes or switches besides a few serving things here and there.
Nothing major.
No.
Not that we expected a ton of that.
No, I think the rhythm of this group has been pretty solid. I think the balance of offense is nice. So yeah, I wouldn't anticipate changing that a whole lot unless there was a matchup you really, really wanted to see. And I do feel like this is a team where you could flip-flop it a little bit. You could start the rotation maybe in a different spot, and they should be able to handle it. It might be something actually to try in these next couple of weeks.
But you have a scrimmage with Indianola. You've got a couple things
just
to
prepare them for it, because if you want to make that change at the state tournament, you want it to be something they've already done.
Right.
You don't want that to be the very first time.
Especially with Newton and, probably a fairly weak Keokuk in terms of scale.
Right.
Burlington team, competition-wise, coming up, one where you expect to win 3-0, 3-0, might not be a bad time to play some experiments and then have a week and a half to practice anyway.
Right.
To implement some of the changes. So Katie Shekel will get us started here. We're playing to 15 or whoever wins by 2 after that point, if needed. And right away, the Tigers will start and strike first. So 1-0 to Whelan in the back row, and she'll get an ace out of it. So Valley off on the right foot.
Another aggressive serve.
Brand tried her quick attack up the middle, and then Valley long. Good for Pella to break that streak at 2 as opposed to letting it to 4 or 5.
Absolutely.
Not a lot of margin for error here for either team. Holy Trinity will close out the day, and now I believe we have 3 teams at 2 and 3. Well, could have 3 teams at 2 and 3 if Valley were to lose.
Right.
We have 2 now, so Knoxville and Trinity tie, but Knoxville has the head-to-head tiebreaker. And another strong attack. Left side from Connolly. 3-1 Valley leading. It's been a match where outside of a stretch in the middle of the second, Pella's never really felt like they've had sure footing here. And Valley is certainly talented enough to take advantage, and they have so far. Schulte.
Good swing, finding a seam in that block.
So Grinnell finished 4-1. They're in second regardless because Pella beat them head-to-head today.
Yep. Kelsey's had some great offense. Maybe we can use that middle attack a little bit.
If Valley were to win, they'd be 3rd place outright at the tournament today. And we're back to Sage DeYoung. DeYoung, ooh, really tight on the line.
Really good serve.
Left side for Schulte, gets it around the block, but well covered on the backside by Rude. And Pella will push it.
Taking the setter out of the offense. Now she's a hitter.
And she hits it too long. And we are tied at 3. And what appears to be so far a potentially tight 3rd set. Both sets really started out tight for these teams, and then it was a matter of each kind of pulling away at the midway point. DeYoung
Good serve.
gets an ace. To attack that same spot in that corner. That's one thing to have that called. It's another to do it and execute twice.
Right. Now they've made an adjustment. They've kind of shifted their serve receive over to cover that sideline. They went again. That's going to be 4 hits.
There you go. Oh, and they're picking on Thea Raridon right now in the back.
And here's Valley making a serve receive adjustment. They pulled her out, so we'll see if Allman sends Sage a different direction.
There's a big gap here on this right side, and now it goes center of court.
Good. So
Cat and mouse off the block and in, and then Raridon got a little revenge there.
And there is one. I mean, you would serve her. She's a hitter from the front row. You want to take her out of the pattern. Well, they moved her up. She didn't pass the first ball and then was available to hit.
5-4, Dutch with a narrow lead here in set 3, the final set of our Pella Dutch Invitational today. Hope you've been having a great Saturday if you've been tuning in and out. Emma Ekoff tips it into the block. She was kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place there. The block was ready for the big swing, so she switched to a tip and still got it.
It was open. I think she underestimated how high that block was going to be. She probably needed a little more lift to clear it.
Tied at 5. Heemstra able to get it to Shekel.
Good swing.
Right up the middle.
Yep, that's just a heads-up aggressive play. Ball sitting there, attack on 2, catch Pella where they might have still been in their coverage positions.
Mila Rude still serving here. It's now been a little streak here for Valley. They were down 5-3 and now up 6-5. That one right to Schulte, and then Tauke misses it. And kind of a missed, started with probably not a great set there at the net, and then
a little low.
Tauke likes it high. She's got that high explosiveness, and now 4 in a row.
And a Pella timeout.
Timeout Valley, or Pella, as you said. You just said that, and then I botched the call. What can I say? 7-5, Valley leads here at the Pella Invitational. Our other teams have cleared out for the day, it appears.
You know, we're always the last one in the gym. It doesn't matter if it's our gym,
or
somebody else's gym.
As we approach the 4 o'clock hour, it's been nearly 8 hours of volleyball. If we get to 8 hours, it'd be impressive. Because that would add another 34 minutes. But 7.5 is right where we're at. Of course, there were some breaks in between. We haven't just, these girls haven't been playing the whole time, or I don't think any of them be standing still. They're well conditioned, but I don't know if they're that well conditioned. And a break.
Point for the coaches. Good job.
7-6 Valley leading. Winner of this will get to end their day happy.
Right.
Pella is 4-0 on the day. As Emma Ekoff has just been off. She had a couple of aces early in this set, and then since then, and it was the foot fault that I think kind of switched the, you know, then all of a sudden you're thinking, right?
Well, and she's missed long the last several, so is there an adjustment that she can make to make sure that doesn't happen? See if she gets around again. And
Shekel tips it over the block. 8-6. Ekoff, good dig. Her momentum was taking her away from that. Push to the back row. Free ball for the Dutch. Up the middle for Tauke.
Out.
And that's wide. 9-6 Valley, and they're about to.
Yep, I think this point here is really significant. Pella, again, just kind of errors keep creeping up, and you've got to narrow those down.
And they've come on pretty good sets, and it's just been missed hits here.
Yep, an execution thing.
Emma able to push it over.
Out.
And it hits the antenna. So that was kind of a tipping point, but now for Brooke, a little bit of pressure here, right? You don't want to let them get to 10 or 11. So.
Right, yep, you're fighting hard, those mini sets to 5. You really want to get to 10 before Valley can.
Off the tape and in, left side. So it wasn't perfect, but Wheeland able to find the opening, and they do get to 10, 10-7. Here in the third set, Dutch will have some work to do if they're going to come back here. And don't see that too often from Claire. Raridon hit it right to her arms, and it just dumps down on the ground. And Valley in the driver's seat, 4 points away from knocking off the Dutch to put a little bit of a bitter taste into what has been a pretty good day for the Pella volleyball team otherwise. 11-7. That big breath moment here, right? Just again, these are the kinds of points that down the stretch. I mean, today it doesn't matter in the sense of what happens here, but you know, Pella's been in a lot of these fifth sets.
Yeah, I think just the lack of what kind of seems to be execution, which is usually a focus thing. It's really not a physical thing, because you've made that serve 1,000 times, you've hit that line 1,000 times. It's there's something focus-wise that needs to be fine-tuned, that needs to be cleaner as a team. And if they want to continue to, again, like take to that elite level, like that's got to be there.
Yeah, and we're not going to pick on anybody, but you know, where Claire was right there, again, she makes that dig 99 out of 100 times. It hits her right in the arms, and instead she dead arms it and it just hits the ground.
And Valley is not letting up. Like, their serving is so aggressive.
Well, Shekel is able to get a tip. 11-8. And now let's see if Claire can make up for that. And you know that she didn't want to make that mistake. No. Of course not, but
that's just how sports go. But it's interesting, like, when those plays happen, you're just, you see it, you know it. That's sports. Ooh, miscommunication there. Good spot.
And Brand able to tip it over. It just crosses over the net on that pass. The third attempt over, 11-9. And you imagine the Valley coaching staff will be ready with a timeout here soon if this gets a little bit deeper in. That time a little bit better, and into the block of Brand. Dump attempt. This time Pella was ready for it.
That's good. Good adjustment by Pella. Shekel not being super aggressive there. I think she was trying to go for a shot, but just was not open. That one was. Good job, Sydney.
Good adjustment. Sydney, you could tell, was winding up for the big hammer, and then she saw the opening and tipped it over.
That was a really, really smart shot.
Timeout, 11-10. There's a very small baby over there. Just looking over across the way with
the other
Grandpa Matt.
Schulte grandbaby over there.
Yes.
So cute.
I'd say Ellie Schneider is not the youngest in the gym today. 11-10, so this will be a big focus moment for Claire, right?
This is a big point. Big, big, big point.
Especially after a timeout. If you're able to get the serve in, try to break the momentum, get a good one in here.
And we had a great adjustment on that setter dump. They're talking about it. They're ready. Looks like they're going to talk quite a bit.
Oh, it's in.
Woo!
Boy, really interesting to hear the out, outs.
I know. It must have looked like it was just going to sail.
From up here, it looked like that was, and it was a good 6 or 7 feet in.
It was. Wow, tricky.
Claire will take it, and we're tied up here at 11.
Go right back to that same serve receive.
Ecoff able to dig it up.
Good
bump set.
hustle by Claire to get all the way across.
Sydney blocked by Brand.
Yes,
dumps
again.
it over and in.
2 of those by Abby, knowing right where to put that ball. Super aggressive, but controlled.
And
big
Pella
play.
Was down by 4 in this 5th set, and now they have taken a small 1-point lead.
Good aggressive spot again, right between 2 passers.
Good tip. Ecoff saves it. And Sydney Namiga gets a decent swing on it.
Good defense, good defense.
Katie Shekel.
Wow, beautiful spot. Wow.
It's amazing what focus and energy can do for you. 13-11, and now Pella will force a Valley timeout, and they are 2 points away from sweeping their home tournament.
It feels so different. How does it feel so different in 3 points?
It's energy. As you said, it's the mental focus. All of a sudden, they're like, okay, we're going to do this. And we get to see how physically talented these girls are.
And then as coaches, you're just like, well, why now? Why not 7 points ago? Like, I mean, you love it. You love it so much.
If nothing else, it got our heart rates up a little bit here today.
I'm glad the camera is going that direction.
Yeah, Andy does not need to turn it this way.
We can never have the camera be this direction.
Yeah.
You hear that, Andy? Never.
He's thinking and contemplating how he's going to hide a GoPro or something somewhere. We're back to Claire Smock, 13-11.
Put it in, put it in, put it in.
She
Good
does.
Serve. Tip, tip. Oh, shoot.
13-12. It's not over.
Nope.
But now get a side out here.
Yep.
Try to avoid the tie and put the pressure on Valley.
Setters up front.
To the back row for Jackie Spann, a senior.
Yep. See aggressive serve here.
Ooh.
Good reach.
Good adjust.
I don't know who the intended hitter was for that, but good adjustment by Sydney. Great swing.
Ooh, there are some benches over there. And it is
Set point, right?
match point.
Match point. Tournament. Well,
Undefeated points.
We already clinched that, but this would be a great way to finish. Pella Dutch.
And of course you got Katie Sheckle. Probably if the season was on the line at state.
This is our rotation. I mean,
this is the rotation you want to be in.
This is our
And the player,
one of our strongest. We have several, but this one
good serve.
just feels right.
Had to be pushed over.
Talk. Oh, darn it. They were right there.
It is still match point.
Yep. Maybe we'll get a swing for it. Passers be ready.
And we got a very good server here in Kaylin Wieland.
Yep. Going to our best.
And tip over by
That's
Brand.
it. Woo!
And the Dutch will finish an undefeated day at their home tournament.
Wow, Pella Dutch. I know we all believed you had that, but for a moment there, we just weren't quite sure.
So your final score here for Pella, 2-1 over Valley, 15-13 in this final set. No interviews here today. We'll save those for Tuesday and senior night. So Katie, good to see you as always. We got to spend a long day together. And
yep, and a very exciting finish.
yes.
I'm really proud of them.
Yeah, hey, you know, that looked pretty bleak there for a while. Down by 4 in that set, and it's been the difference this year. Those are matches for years. For the last 5 or 6 years, we have lost those matches with
correct.
Sometimes painful consistency.
But there's something about this group.
And they got to keep that something going because we are heading into the best part of the year. The postseason is awaiting us. So the Pella volleyball team will win their home tournament and sweep it 5-0. So thanks to Katie, thanks to Andy, who's put in a long day up here to be on our video stream. Of course, our entire friends and family down here for the meal from the Pella volleyball team. Carly for watching the 2 kids so I can have a beautiful Saturday tournament view from up here atop. And we thank you again for joining us here at Pella High School.